Good evening. Actually, I should put the book away. But it's a little hard to right now, actually. There's one more thing I have to do. Hello, Azure Shot. Good evening, Jay Bush and Wonder Asbury. Hello, Cliff and Mark. There is someone with me that I have to do a little bit of taking care of. He hopped up after I had hit Gone Live. He came in before I closed the door. So, one, the I am with cat indicator, and two, we're trying to figure out how to organize this with him. Yeah. He's being very cuddly right now, which I am glad for. You probably can't quite hear him. He actually has his head against the microphone, like the bottom of the microphone, and he's just kind of flopped over. He is dangerously close to my keyboard. By saying dangerously close, I mean he is. If he decides to put his shoulder down, he's going to be hitting my arrow keys. He might just face roll. Yeah, he's a good boy. He's a very good boy right now. Hey. Especially because he's letting me do whatever I want. Whatever I want. Just touch the belly. Yeah. But it does make things a little awkward here because I'm left-handed. Oh, yeah, hi, he's looking up. I'm left-handed, but I use my mouse right-handed, and he is actually half on my mouse pad. So I had to... Oh, no, don't face roll on the keyboard, please. I had to move my mouse to make room for him. So I'm going to be doing everything left-handed, which is a problem with the mouse. And I also don't remember where things are a little bit. You're gonna hear clicky click too. Clicky click. Where did I put it? Oh, you know what? I guess what I could do, actually, I don't remember if I set it up this way. If I could, it's, I want to say it's almost always the same cat. Like, I have 3 cats. One is never going to show up on stream because she does not have access to the garden. And then the other two, I have a gray girl. Like, she is almost solidly gray. Not striped even or anything, just solid gray. She has got like 2 white spots. She almost never really shows up on stream. She doesn't... I want to actually alter that statement. She often shows up indirectly because she's usually, if there's a noise, it's her. Normally. She's the one who is getting into things. She is the one usually having medical episodes I have to tend to. But she doesn't really like cuddling with me very much. Versus this one who really likes hanging out with me. Hi. And actually today, twice he crawled up into my lap, so it's kind of a, you haven't forgotten me. He's been spending a lot of time keeping watch over where I'm assuming he found his first mouse. So, kind of that's a good sign for me because 1, no more mice if he's not paying attention. 2, he loves me. He really loves me. Yeah. Oh. Hey. Hey. Who's a good boy? Yeah. Is it you? Is it you? Yeah. Underarm scritches. Underarm scritches. Oh, hey. Yeah, but this is Chemo Cat. Sorry, buddy. Your name's been updated. At least until you're off of chemo. Wednesday is gonna be when he starts radiation therapy. That's gonna be fun. That's gonna alter my schedule. But for now, I don't think I'm going to have to alter the time of my streams. Not yet. We'll see how I feel. We'll see how I feel after this week. Maybe I'll have to adjust. Sorry. Hey. Hey. I don't know if you can hear him. Let me actually see if he's purring. Okay, he's very lightly purring. Thank you, also thank you, ending this for the follow, and thank you, Kim Kuna, for the follow. I wish I could move the mic so it would be closer to him so you could hear him purring, and I'm not just making these noises for no apparent reason. But he's actually like on the base of the mic, so I can't really do that. Your snake is all over your keyboard. What kind of snake is it? Is that something that you want to happen? I would imagine if your snake is used to hanging out on the keyboard, that's fine, right? I had some relatives that kept snakes, so I guess it's like a lot of other pets on a personality basis. Are they a shy snake or are they not? Hergus Burgus? What is a Hergus Burgus? I didn't know that those emails were still allowed on Twitch. Not that I have any problem with them, but I didn't think that it's a dumpy one, right? For some reason I thought that those were banned off of Twitch. I wanted a snake once upon a time, but the one that I wanted I wasn't able to get. A hamburger? It's a hamburger? A Hergus Burgus? It kind of makes sense, but at the same time, what does that have to do with anything? Aside from, I guess, 4th of July season, but it's kind of over, isn't it? You've been summoned for what? Oh, so... Ah, okay, okay. As long as no one reports it. I get that. Ah, okay. Sorry, I don't know Zoomer speak. I am behind on the times. Sometimes I get introduced to it via chat. And I have some younger relatives, but that might be more of a case of like prying it out of them. Drawing blood when moment and slithering into your clothes. Very forward snake. Yeah, I wanted a corn snake, which like there should be nothing wrong with getting a corn snake, right? And the problem is, for some areas you can't have them if they're a native, I guess. More specifically, if it seems like the kind of corn snake that you could have caught, as opposed to being one that was captive bred. And like, I'm not really a fan of the albino look, I guess, which is the majority of the ones that are allowed. Oh, yeah, corn snakes are really cute. Their faces, like, there's a way of drawing snakes that I've seen. There's like the old, I don't want to say old, but like the stereotypical way, and it looks snake, but when you actually like look at a snake, it doesn't really look like a snake, if that makes sense. Like, they've got a softer, kind of like a puppy nose. Like, there's an accurate way of drawing them that makes them look cute. And I guess there's the whole thing about like being attracted to warmth thing too. Not so bad, right? 300 years younger. And you don't know what the kids are saying. Yeah. Just drifting in time. Just drifting in time. What? What? Sorry, buddy. I've just been rubbing his head, like, this entire time. Hey. Oh, I do look like you want the lights out, but we can't have the lights out. Burgess is older? Older than Hamburger? Actually, I'm trying to remember. Hamburger is German, right? Is it actually German, or is it American and they kind of did what Americans do? Kind of like pizza. Kind of like pizza. Oh, sorry. They say that I have to keep the cat's weight up. It's kind of a... He was demanding his extra food today. It's kind of a... I don't really think it's a problem if he... to keep his weight right now. It's more of a case of, like, he's gonna gain weight with the way I've been feeding him. Just jibble in the tummy. And he has no problem with it for once. Like, it's kind of a half and half. Does he mind me, like, petting his tummy and, like, messing with it, or not? Deep cleaning and scale check. Huh. I never saw that part of it, snake hair. Although, I guess I have seen, like, being careful during when they're shedding and, like, helping them, but not, like, you don't want to force it. But if they do get stuck, like, help them out a little bit with that, right? A city in Germany called Hamburg. Isn't that nominally what hamburgers are named after? He's looking at the screen. I'm gonna move him so that he's a bit more visible and not... Like, I'm holding him, but I'm also not actually holding him, if that makes sense. I am corralling him. There we go. With cat. No, don't touch keyboard. Okay, it's grooming time. Frankfurt. Very few people actually call it a Frankfurt now, right? Very few people. Although, I mean, part of that is, what is it, glizzy? I've learned what a glizzy is. Oh, hi. Do you want to purr into the microphone for me to prove I'm not just doing stuff for nothing? No? Come here. I'm gonna move the microphone. You might hear some noises from that. Hi. I don't think you can hear him. I think he's mad about the microphone. I don't think he likes it. But you can hear the petting. You can only hear it when I put him on the top. You can only hear when I put him on the top. Oh, I can hear it even that far away. So maybe a little aggressive, the pet style. Oh, chin scratches. Chin scratches. Aggressive chin scratches. It's kind of a little aggressive for ASMR, but I guess it's also very soft, very low. Oh, no more loud. He just looks grumpy now. I guess he's not purring. Let me hear. He's not really purring, that's why. He's not purring, he's not happy. Oh, buddy, why aren't you happy? What can I do to make you happy? Oh, another flop. Okay, yeah. So he wants to lie down and get chin scritches. That's what. Okay. Oh, there we go. Again, I don't think you can hear it because it's so far down. It's so far down the purse. One scant purr from in the distance. Yeah, I'm not just making it up. There is actually a cat here. Okay. I will continue. You're probably gonna hear petting and maybe random purrs. And noises like that, perhaps. That was the, like, shaking head merp. It's kind of that's a I don't think my other cats do that. Like, he makes a mouth noise too when he does that. Yeah. He makes kind of a merp. So, kind of a, did he learn that from me? From being noisy? Okay. I won't touch your belly, okay? It's too far away. And part of this, I guess, is that he wants me to... he wants to use my hand as a pillow instead of the microphone. I'm wondering if that's part of it. Of why he's suddenly happier. Okay, so left hand. Oh God, I hate doing this left-handed. Nope, that's not it. I don't know. I popped up the wrong thing here real quick. You're gonna hear that. So today, or it's equipment. Like the grand chapter is equipment. We've already finished weapons and armor and poisons. I think that's all that we've covered so far. And it's not like it's been that many pages, to be honest. It's just been very slow with distractions. Kind of a... I think I'm hearing him like make little sleepy noises, but he's not asleep yet. Little breathing noises, which is a little... worrisome, maybe? Give me a second. Let me hear it closer. Okay, not quite so worrisome. We're going to get through at least one page. At least one page. We have made it 330. We're on page 330 out of 410. Not all 410 are readable. Like, I'm sure there's some at the end, the index, that we're not going to cover. Or maybe credits. Maybe it'd be cool to check out the credits yet. Don't know about fully reading it out. And then there were some at the beginning, you know, publication information. There's some blank pages in here that are for the illustrations that we didn't cover. I also might just stop occasionally because I swear I hear other things. Actually, earlier today, I was trying to pick out rain noises, and I was hearing thunder, and it was supposed to be, you know, nice, light, drizzling. Hello, Kitsura. Pet raid. What were you petting? Petting the tail? I can pet the tail. Hello, Brim. Hello, Ghost. I'm sorry. I've got a cat with me right now. I am petting the cat while I'm talking to chat. Hello, the Spec Panther. Hello, Nuasi. And the way on I think you're about him. I plead the fifth. Sorry, Kitsura. Sorry, Kitsura. I haven't made up my mind. I'm thinking actually, like, all I can think of right now is there's one particular image of Kitsura. Oh, cat went away. womp womp. The one image of Kitsura having pinned someone and is like chewing on their ear, I think, or something. But welcome, Raiders. Thank you for visiting the garden. Stay if you'd like. It's not going to be ear munching, and it sounds like the petting noises have gone away because the cat has gone away. But today I'm going to be reading. It's a reading stream. We're going to be reading Dungeon World. It's a tabletop RPG book. We are 330 pages in. I'm sorry. I got a little confused with my age. I'm 335 years old. So it's just kind of natural. Like 330. Am I gonna finish that? Is there 5? Pages, not years. But take care of yourself, Kitsura, if you need to leave to get a drink or anything. I understand. It takes it can be rough. Also, thank you, the Space Panther, for the follow. I'm going to move the cat out because he's in the room. He's lurking in the corner. Pages are made of plants. Brim is made of plants. You know, pages do not have to be made out of plants. Have you heard of vellum? Have you heard of vellum? Shh. A lot of things can be made out of, I was going to say, like, okay, so there's animal skin, and then there's also, I hate to say it, intestine. I think, like, dried intestine, right, kind of has the same kind of look as vellum, doesn't it? I'm sorry, I know too much about calligraphy to let that pass. And I think you probably heard someone crying. I'm going to be right back because I want to let my darling cat out. I'm going to let him before he starts getting into something. He wanted out, then he saw I was going to close the garden gate, so he wanted in, and now he, oh, never mind, hold on. Can we, I can't tell what he's going to do. Cat. He's not normally quite like that. He either wants in or he wants out. He wants attention or he wants something else. Hold on. Okay. There might be some creaking noises. I swear it's not my back this time. It's not my back. Let's see. He's being worrisome. Very, very slightly worrisome. Now it's kind of a case of where Where is he? Now, do you want out? Do you want. You can hear him, can't you? Hello, Jewish. Or not Jewish. I'm sorry, this cat is putting me off my game. There's not even a. I guess Dungeon World is a game, but it's kind of a. Okay. He's getting kicked. Okay. He has been deposited outside of the garden. Yeah, it's. There's a lot of thoughts going in and out with this cat. It's kind of I don't want him getting into anything. I don't want him. Like, why is he meowing a little differently than normal? Is this something I should be worried about? Oh, but I guess with what's going on, maybe that's a good thing. He's getting treatment for a nose condition right now, so that's why I was kind of really worried over something that should is wouldn't otherwise be that serious. Let's see. Yeah, almost to a fault, honestly. He has not caught any more mice, but he has certainly been waiting on it. But right now he's not, so it's kind of a case of they're gone. They're gone. He certainly hasn't eaten it. I don't think he's. I think that he would probably want to show it to me instead of just blindly eating it. But yeah, is. That's what it's on. Yeah. Yeah, just the one mouse. Although I did hear screaming in the woods again last night. It feels really weird to say that every time, but it's kind of, yep, just screaming in the woods. No one else seemed perturbed, though, so live and let live, I guess. And also, the lights didn't turn on in the garden, so it's fine. It's fine. It wasn't in my space. It was in someone else's space. You don't hear the screaming in the garden. Yeah. Yeah. Probably not a murder. Probably just a fight. Probably just a fight. Okay, so we actually have not started the book yet. I was just talking about starting the book. Screech owls. In this case, it sounded more like multiple screamers, so I think probably not an owl. I know that there are raccoons and skunks, and some people let their cats out, so it could have been any combination of that. Oh, also possums. So, anything of those could have met up. Especially since I know the skunks probably had their home potentially evicted recently. Okay, so for those who are unfamiliar, Dungeon World is a free RPG. It's legit free. You can look at the rules online. Let me grab up the commands real quick for that. I believe. Yeah, okay. Look. We're going to be reading the information that is available here, but it's also available in a. You can download a InDesign file of the book if you have InDesign and basically make your own PDF out of it. That's the legal copy of the PDF. It's basically like a publish your own type deal. I have InDesign. I know how InDesign works. I've also used Quark Express. Showing my age there. Although at the same time, Quark is still good in business, right? It's just for a long time it was kind of a... They were the forerunner for a long time. Then InDesign... But again, I guess it's more of a case of different use cases where one was better than the other. But I feel like Quark was definitely more old school. First Quark. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Actually, one more thing I guess I'm gonna do. I'm gonna update the title for this. WordPerfect. Yeah, the last time I actually really touched Quark was over a decade ago. You weren't even a thought 36 years ago. That's alright. But you're here now. You're here now. Everyone has to start somewhere. Just also imagine. I guess this is something that's appropriate for humans and elves and for computer programs too. Think about 36 years of CRUD that you've developed as a human or elf or 30,000 confused bees or whatever you are. Now think about that in a computer. 36 years of CRUD. 36 years. I'm trying to remember, there were some programs where it was a case of, like, don't delete this line, or don't delete this comment. If you remove this comment, everything's gonna fuck up. Like, the program won't run. For some reason, this comment has to be here. It is a load-bearing comment. It's kind of, unless they had some major refactoring. And even then, there might be a lot of weird stuff going on. You love old code. You're just saying what? Speaking to the ghost of the computer, the ghost of the programmers before you, the one who said, I know, I don't need to write a comment on this. I'm going to remember what it is. 2 years later, you run across it, you have no idea what the fuck you were doing. Or cryptic comments left by programmers before you. Mm-hmm. I mean, when games are programs too. It's just more for entertainment and not for... I don't want to say they're not productive use, but... different use case. Different consumer base. Yeah, the coconut. That reminds me, I do want to do a How to Figma at some point. But that's going to be not this week, not this upcoming week. One day, TM. I've been saying this since February. I have to learn how to use some of the new stuff first. Oh. Actually, today I have tea for once. The unfortunate thing is that it's not very good tea. I tried making my quince tea. I made it hot and then I cooled it. I put some sugar in too because I already knew how it tasted hot. It it tastes like wet stale cardboard. This is an awful tea. Man, it needs not alcohol might be able to save it. Like maybe a shot I guess I want something sweet. It needs like a lot more sugar. The hot tea just tasted stale to me. And then I realized afterwards it's kind of like, wow, this is kind of like licking cardboard. Don't ask me why that tastes. So, kind of maybe it will be better cold, and maybe if I put two tablespoons in like a pitcher that was, I'm trying to think of how big the pitcher was. Like a 2 quart maybe? Maybe a 1 quart? I don't think it was enough sugar to save it. Or maybe I need more flavors. I'm kind of on mostly a tea moratorium. I have too many teas. It's a fruit tea. Quince is a fruit. It's literally just quince, I believe. I could be wrong. So that's why it's definitely decaf because of that. I don't see anything in there that could be caffeine in the bags. And I've had decaf teas that taste good. Just not this one. I have some decaf that taste really good. Also makes a nice clicky noise with the ice. Yeah, I went and bought a few months ago. I say a few months, a month or two, maybe 3. I bought chrysanthemum tea. I think it was Solomon Seal tea, and this quince. I've had quince before, and quince tea, and it was very much unlike this. I was hoping that this would taste like what I had, the memory of a tea from decades ago, essentially. Now I'm wondering if the old tea I had was actually just a like quince nectar heated up or something based on the way it tastes. Herbal tea. I don't. It's a fruit tea. It's a fruit tea. So, dried fruit. I don't know if that really qualifies it as herbal because it's a fruit and not an herb. You might call it more of a tisane though. Like, I feel that it qualifies as that. I just heard a concerning noise. I am going to be back. I'm afraid there might More angry cat noises. Being a cat, he's being very aggressive. He's being very aggressive about it. Again, he's been like, oh, we gotta keep his weight up, and kind of a lady. I don't know if that's gonna be a problem. He's gonna have another weight raise on this. Okay. That's right, tea. When it comes to the teas, let me think about what else I have. I have a couple other herbal ones. A lot. A lot of herbal teas. Some of them you can't get anymore. It's a shame. Although for the dryad teas, one of the groups that I used to get tea from was Tea and Absinthe, but that was usually at an event that I would acquire them. Let me double check this dryad teas. Oh, they're in Colorado. This very much reminds me of Tea and Absinthe, actually. That shouldn't be a surprise. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Okay, we're gonna interrupt stream real quick for a look at this tea set thing. Because the dryad teas that you said you showed, they have a tabletop RPG section. Thank you, Chibi Dragnia Flare, for the follow. They have a tea section. Let me, yeah. God, they have a tea section. Of course they have a tea section. It's a tea company. They have a TTRPG section. It's just a quick check of like, it's not gonna accidentally dox me, right? No, it's not. It's not. What just made a noise? I heard a beep. That's worrisome. Thank you. And also, thank you, Paolo, for the follow. Paolo Artiglio? Artiglio. Let me see. Definitely. There have been some times I didn't realize. Like, oh hey, here's what shipping would be like. It's kind of I didn't ask you shit. I did not ask you to tell me beforehand what my shipping cost would be for an order I have not even started. Gross. Okay. Marian Birthday. That is a popular tea. They're not the only ones that make it. Actually, that's another reason why I haven't bought any tea since April. I went to the House of Mouse and I bought too much tea there. I bought too much tea. I went through some of it, but not a huge amount. And also, right now is the time for summer, like sweet tea. I shouldn't say sweet tea. Cold tea. So trying to make teas that fit into that paradigm. So I've been making barley tea. I don't make barley tea in winter, only in summer. So going through that storage. Okay, let's see. If I do this, if I go here, will it bring me to... Okay. Making sure I have the right one up. Thank you, Jake2, for the follow. Or is it Jake T00? Which way do you like it read? There's also a few places around me that do tea samplers, like actual tea houses. Hello, Lavos, welcome back. Okay, real quick. Tea. Is this going to be showing up in the right spot? No, it's not going to be. Okay. We're going to zoom in. That should be a little better. It's so white. I'm so sorry. Maybe I can make it larger on screen too. Not appreciably. Not appreciably. That's kind of. If I zoom in more, will it work in terms of. Oh, it will. Okay. Excellent. I wasn't certain if it was going to be responsive. So, they have trivets. I'm looking in the tabletop RPG section. My bad. But, I guess all sorts of trivets. I believe this is pretty much a. I'm sorry, you could pay this in installations? That's kind of sad. Okay, I'm guessing this is basically a tea bag holder. I've never heard it referred to as a trivet before. That's my assumption. So they have tea infusers. I don't know how I feel about this. More so a case of, is it going to be enough of balance? Hot pans. Possibly. Language barrier. Random die. Oh, they have their own custom die. Oh, and they sell Chessex sets. I don't need any more Chessex sets. Once upon a time I actually got an accidental free sampler. It was left behind once. Contacted the merchant, letting them know. It was kind of a, keep it. So I have a bunch of random D6s. And like these neat colorations. Okay, so that's all they have for that. I guess it's a tea thing. Tea of the month. What is Fey Market? Okay, what if I just hit tea? I already have plenty of tea infusers, honestly. I don't want to say too many, but I don't. Okay, I need to move for this to work. For this. Click, click. Click, click. I don't generally put a whole lot of things on like wish lists for holidays. I don't like having too much stuff unless it's like useful. And it's kind of a how many infusers do I really need? So I have a pot that has an infuser. I have another white pot that had a very specific purpose that it's no longer needed for, and that I use like one-time use tea bags for that you can fill with loose leaf. And I have a mug, like if I only ever want 1 cup of a tea, an infuser for that. And then I have, I think, 3 other infusers, and honestly it's still a lot of infusers for me. I don't need that many. But 2 out of the 3 were gifts, so it's kind of they're gifts and they're shaped like my cats. There's a pink one and a gray one. They sit on the edge of your cup, so it's kind of a cute. They work decently well too, so I'm not about to toss them. I don't know if I could donate them. Thank you, MG Fallen 501st for the follow. Is the 501st is that Star Wars? Is it? Is 501st the charity division? Yeah, it is, isn't it? I thought, yeah. 501st Legion. They are a costuming group. Sorry, I'm sorry if I jumped to conclusions about the name. I just thought, when I think 501st, I think of that group. I've been to some events, yeah, where they've been and they do fundraisers, like, basically, like, I don't want to say buy the Stormtrooper, but something kind of like that to raise money. So like you pay $5 or $10 or whatever, and you get to do something with the Stormtrooper, and the money goes to charity. Oh yeah, not in universe. It's a real life costuming group. They do movie accurate. I think it's movie accurate. They do accurate costuming. Like that's their big thing. Yeah. They also are in some of the movies, because if you need people who already have the costume, or like you could get costumes made, or you could basically get all these super fans who already have the costumes made to like act as extras. $200 to $400, that's it? That's it? I guess they probably have their process down though. Thank you, Raiden501, for the follow. For some. Yeah, I guess it could depend on how detailed it is. I don't think they're limited to Stormtroopers either, but that's most of what I know them for. I actually have a relative who, now I'm thinking about it, that might be an aim for him, honestly. How old do you have to be to join the 501st? You only have to be 18. I have a relative who very much likes Star Wars and the Stormtrooper outfit, so it's kind of a, maybe that would be a good influence for him to join. And also a good incentive. Let's see. Okay, I was looking at tea. I think the Trivets, Bride Mugs, black, green, fruit. Let's start with the black tea. Oh, I'm actually on the wrong page. This is just, oh, they have 200. They have 231 teas. We're not getting through all these teas. What if we just, what's out of stock? Crossroads, Dream of Mississippi, Marion Birthday, Peppermint Forest, Mystic, Whips and Chains. Whips and Chains. Winter's, what is in Whips and Chains? At least 3 distinct flowers, it looks like. At least 3 distinct flowers. Let's see. Black currant black tea. Ingredients. Okay. Black tea, blackberry leaves, cornflower and sunflower petals, mallow blossoms, cinnamon, clove, jasmine petals, natural flavors. Okay. So I believe that, okay, you can kind of see. These are the cornflower. These single, like, bluer ones. That tends to impart, I think that kind of messes with the color a bit, to be honest. I'm guessing these ones down here are sunflowers. Otherwise, yellow blossoms, mallow blossoms, I'm guessing for the whole top, like the whole bud. And jasmine petals, huh? Maybe that's the big purple one. I kind of wish I could delete some things here. Like, I just want to delete this element. I could do it for a single page. It depends on how they load it, though. Look, it's kind of a... Is there a way for me to sort this by theme for the tea? Like... Where's the tea for, like, TTRPG stuff? Where's the TTRP tea? T. RPG. I don't know. Look, I'm trying. Okay, looks like something's messing up a little bit. Content, look. I'm trying. I'm trying. Okay, looks like it's working now. Almost. It's almost working. Not working yet. Premature celebration. Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know for certain when the 5 first came about, I guess in 1997 according to what I saw. I'm thinking about when the original movie series, or the prequel series came out more so. It was, what, 1999 for the first one or something like that? Okay, there we go. It's been a while. It's been a while. I've seen it more often, but it's just kind of I don't remember the timelines of things necessarily. Click, 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 click. Okay, better, better, better. When did I can't remember the name of it. Phantom Menace. It's Phantom Menace, isn't it? I was gonna say, this is pod racing. That was the name of it, wasn't it? Yes, it was in 1999 for Phantom Menace. I was right. Actually, I'm trying to remember. I think it was the second movie, or maybe even the third. I have a distinct memory of going to watch the movie, and I had to buy physical tickets back then, right? Bought physical tickets and waited with a friend, and it had sold out in the meantime while we were waiting, and I lost my ticket. Like, we had been hanging out outside, and I must have put it in my pocket, and during the time, like, taking hands in and out of pockets, it must have fallen out. Going back up to the person, asking if I could get another copy of my ticket. Nope, nope, nope. So I think it was just like 5 minutes to 5 minutes to start trying to find this fucking ticket. I did find it. I did find it. It had blown into the corner of the building. It was just sort of almost missed it on opening day. It's one of those things where it's kind of I don't remember if I cried, but I may have cried. Because it would have been a shame. It would have been a real shame. Only one of us would have been able to go, and it would have been her, of course. She wasn't the one who lost her ticket. Yeah. Like, I've done them more recently where I lost a ticket. I think it was a flight ticket. Like, I lost a physical printed ticket, but it was okay because I still had my phone ticket. Just kind of a, like, oh, no big deal. No big deal. I can still, as long as I have battery, I still have a ticket on my phone. Just, I am prone to losing tickets. Do not hand me a physical ticket. Do not hand me a physical ticket. So, looking at these teas, the black teas, we have Autumnal Fae, Bite Me, Bard Song, Black Cats, and Pointy Hats. Brownies Brew, Ceylon Black, Chemical Workers Tea, Come to the Labyrinth, Cheshire, Darkest Wood, Dresden, Fall Court, Ghost in the Machine, Girl in the Garden, Glashton Tea, Keeper Tea, Irish Rover. Yeah, that's true. That's true. There's like a very tiny worry of like, what if someone shows up with the actual one? But the chances are I accidentally just trashed it when I was doing some other stuff. Like, directly into trash. Do not pass go. I'm trying to figure. Oh, the content never ends. Okay, that's what started. It's kind of. I know what that song is, but just what triggered that? This is the song that. This is the song that never ends, and it goes on and on, my friends. Some people started saying it, not knowing what it was. And they'll continue singing it forever just because it is the song that never ends. It's not the first time it's happened on this stream. Hello, Bragg. We're supposed to be looking at. We're supposed to be reading. I'm looking at tea. Oh, they have a song Shortjum. I don't know if that's how it's actually pronounced. It's pretty good though. I've had that in the past. Lick me tea. Wait, isn't this a Alice in Wonderland reference? Isn't it? This is an elaborate tea review. Do not buy. Be careful buying quince tea, it might suck. Unless you like the taste of wet cardboard, in which case, you're welcome. Have I got a suggestion for you? Yeah, lick me tea. Man's Olympic, the song that never ends. Did I not sing the song that never ends? Did I not sing song? Fuck. Eat me and drink me. Yeah. Alice in Wonderland had Eat Me and Drink Me. Eat the mushroom. The mushroom looks so like kind of soft and fluffy and like bread in the movie, right? Right? Chocolate oranges. Why do they call it Lick Me? That's chocolate orange. I'm interested. I like chocolate orange very much. But I don't understand why it's called Lick Me. You could at least call it like, I don't know. Okay. I'm thinking about like what you do to a chocolate orange and you slam it. You slam it. But I guess you can't really call the tea slam me, huh? Punch me. Whack me. Ah, the song that doesn't end. Okay. The song that doesn't end. Close. It's thematically very similar. The wording. Do you remember Skinamarink? It feels so strange now. To me, like Skinamarink is a nice soft feeling, and I guess it's also the name of some horror stuff now. So I don't know how to feel about that yet. Like, Do Zoomers know what Skinnamarink? What is it? Skinnamarink dinky dink, Skinnamarink doo. That's how it goes, right? Or, maybe that just really is very old. Okay, so we have. Oh, I'm actually on the wrong thing. I should just close this one. I opened up a couple teas. On Morphe. Okay, I was on the wrong browser. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit because it's actually hard to see with how tall this is. So, Made in Bedlam. Okay, so yeah, this is the Lick Me. Mistaken Dragon Rider? It just makes me think of a series they're probably not referencing. Curiouser and Curiouser. Girl in the Garden, that was the other one. Grim Dark the Tea. Where's the oil? Where's the blood? Glasses. Thank you, I need my reading glasses for this. The Whips and Chains, that was the other one. Or Writing Desks and Ravens. Pixies Can't Sleep. September Whiskey. Is that peppercorns or is that's gotta be a little fruit, right? Oh. Where is he? That's another strong tea in terms of flavor. Okay. So Lick Me was the one where it's not, it looks like chocolate, but it's not chocolate, I'm guessing. It's black tea, orange peel, safflower petals, calendula petals, blackberry leaves, natural blood orange flavoring, natural flavors, and yet chocolate orange. Chocolate orange. Hello, CT Branches. Thank you for the follow. Things have been good today. Just, I've had a cat bouncing in and out. We're supposed to be reading about tabletop RPGs. Someone brought up a tea thing that had a tabletop RPG section, so checking through it. And thank you, Papa Theodore, for the follow as well. And hello, Vane. We're gonna just quickly go through the black teas, that's it. There's only like 3, 4 that I'm looking at. Not sorry for the distraction. It's okay. This is what happens all the time. It's thinly veiled Zatsuban. It's thinly veiled chatting with the tabletop RPG veneer. Like some days, get through a lot of content. If I really wanted to get into nitty gritty, we could look at the latest UA and read that. And that's gonna be an argument. Not between us, but you know. With Wizards of the Coast. Solanacia for a tea. I don't think I've heard that. And you say we need to calm down? What does it do? What does that do? If that's what you mean, I should have recognized that name. Refined flavor. I'm sure you could survive it, being a nightshade. Girl in the garden. Hmm. Hmm. Black tea, cacao nibs, calendula paddles, spearmint, natural flavors. Hmm. Yellow and green with cacao nibs in it. Likened to a certain chocolate mint cookie in the early months of the year. You microdose. Really? I was not under the impression that it had any sort of, I guess, uses. Oh, okay, I see Datra. Never mind. I see Datra. My bad. That's right, there's quite a variety of it. Do weird things when you milk snakes. That tracks. That tracks. I feel like I have a guy, a relative in my family who very much likes reptiles, and it's kind of yeah, okay, he's one of the people I can think of who would probably be doing that as well. He was the one who, when I told him about like a rattlesnake that was really, really close to the front steps, he was the one who got out the snake handling stick and dealt with it. He didn't kill it. He just like moved it with a stick, like picked it up and moved it, like casual as you do. Okay. This looks pretty. Are those cloves? Those look like cloves, don't they? Okay. So clove and roasted, it's mate, right? Or is it mate? Fuck. Milk and sugar type thing. A tea blend for things that go bump in the night. A blend that reminds you to be careful what you wish for. Black tea, oolong, cloves, rosebuds, rose petals, roasted mate. I feel like this might be too strong for me. Cloves? Yeah, that might be a bit much. You've only handled one wild snake? I mean, I would assume that if you milk snakes that would be more of a, like, not necessarily wild ones. Like, people do keep poisonous snakes, don't they? Some people do. And who knows who works in a zoo? A reptile exhibit of some sort, or conservation site, or even for some cases. I remember there was a story that I read in the past few weeks about someone who caught a very specific wild snake, and they couldn't bag it up. They ended up getting bitten, but after they had gotten bitten by the snake, this very venomous snake, poisonous, venomous, they managed to bag it up and tell someone else to bring it, basically to get milked, essentially. Like they finally caught a sample so they could start making anti-venom, and the person who caught it died, unfortunately. But because he died, because he made the sacrifice catching the snake, others were able to live because they did manage to acquire like a sample and work out an antitoxin for it. It should always be considered wild. That's fair. And like the one that I met, it wasn't doing anything wrong. It was just too close to the front steps. So it's just kind of like, let's move it so it's not where the kids, like the little ones, and not where the dogs are. Don't want it to get offended because it was already kind of rattling, and that's how I found it. That's how I found it. I was on top of a few rocks, just watching the landscape, and then I heard rattling. Mm-hmm. Venomous bites you, toxic you bite it. Yeah, okay. My bad. That actually makes me wonder. I wonder. Hold on one second. Give me a moment. Thinking about that topic. You're gonna hear creaking. It's not my back, I promise. Sorry, I have some papers here and thinking about it. I'm wondering if I could describe my cat as toxic or not. I'm going to guess yes, it's toxic. He might also be. He's probably not venomous. With the chemo. My bad. This is kind of a case of don't handle things or handle certain things very carefully. Koalas are toxic. Don't they also have chlamydia? A lot of things down south, I say, like down under, are dangerous. I don't think I'm going to correct myself. I really don't like spiders. So it's kind of, I don't want to go to a place that has things like that. That has their casualness about spiders. I don't know if I could do that. Okay, so this is Whips and Chains tea. Okay, we already looked at this one actually. It's the one that has the mallow blossoms and stuff. Dark promises roll through the steam that wafts up from this tea. I understand that you're also selling an image here with the teas. I'm not certain if it really comes through here in the flowers necessarily. Maybe it's a little different when you actually have it though, when you taste it. Oh. Sorry about the noise. This one is September Whiskey. It looks pretty. With the red berries. Inspired by the world of Pandora Celtica, and by one of the musicians. This blend is for September Whiskey, the quiet but feisty siren that hails from the autumn courts. A delicious blend of apricot, peach, cinnamon, and spice. So that's black tea, peach, apricot, cinnamon, peppercorn. Okay, so it is a fruit, but it's also a pepper. Papaya pieces, blackberry leaves, calendula petals, natural flavors. Where do I get pinged? Okay. Yeah, I feel like I don't know if I've had peach and apricot in a tea. I feel like I've had papaya though. But I wonder if those are stronger than quince. Otherwise it might be worrisome. Otherwise it might be a little too weak. Okay. Back to book. And now with this. Let's move back a little bit. Actually, I can stay over here if I move the book a little closer. Let's move the book a little closer. Can make it larger. Can make the book so large. This also cuts out the sidebars, but if the sidebars show up, I can show. We can look at them and do it independently. Okay. It's only been an hour and a half. We're finally getting into the book. Only an hour and a half. Okay. So, Dungeon World, tabletop RPG. Free. It's a fantasy RPG based on the name Dungeon World. Yeah, I got poisonous and toxic mixed up. Oh, for Dismayer. Ah, okay. Both are toxic if it's poisonous. Okay. I could also see that. Thinking, I guess, when they talk about fugu and stuff, they talk about it being poisonous, don't they? Specifically, eaten. Toxic just has to have an organic origin. Interesting. So I guess that would not necessarily apply. My cat may not be toxic then right now. Actually, is that a defense against cats being toxic? Just claim that you're inorganic, therefore you cannot be toxic. Is that a worthwhile defense to take? Okay. From, say, a mineral? Like uranium? Things like that. Right, so we already covered poisons. So these are all toxins, it looks like. Or at least 2 of them would be toxins. Definitely, right? It depends on what oil of Tajit is. Like, what the fuck is it? But bloodweed and golden root as plant-based poisons. So like serpent's tears might, if it's literal tears, what would that count as, I wonder? Poisons are any chemical substances that impact biological functions in other organisms. Toxins are biologically produced chemical substances that impact biological functions in other organisms. So... I feel like that's way out of my league. That's way out of my league of understanding. Okay, services. I'm trying to remember, I think the most rich class that starts here started with like 22 gold coins. I think that was the fighter. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong. To get an idea of who would be able to afford this, I think the answer would be I think that almost no starting character could afford this without doing some bargaining or some other means. Let me double check real quick, actually. Let us go up real quick. I have so many things open over here. Let's shrink all these. All the ravenous hordes, all the dark woods, all the undead legions, all the swamp denizens. What? Because I'm going all the way up. All the way up to... We can actually take a look at gear for the wizard. They didn't come with any money. They don't come with any money. The thief does that. Thief come with money. 10 coins. They come with 10 coins. So did the wizards say it there too? They may have had actually and I missed it. No. No, they don't start with any money. They don't start with any money. Let's double check. I'm pretty certain. Okay, no money here either. So everyone starts dirt poor, aside from, again, the fighter, I think, started with 22 coins. And that's an option. They don't have to start with 22 coins. Was companionship an option? It was. It was. Yeah, so let's actually really quickly go back over for the tags and other stuff in the equipment area. So there's some tags that are available. So for minus charisma, it basically means that you can negotiate. You can subtract the haggler's charisma score, not their modifier, their score from the price. There could be a bonus to it. It could be a ration. There may be other tags. It might be limited use. Things like that. So, services. A week stay at a peasant inn is 14 coins minus charisma. A week stay at a civilized inn is 30 minus charisma coins. A week stay at the fanciest inn in town, 43 minus charisma coins. Just, that's a week's stay. How much does a person normally earn? Is this a bit like the D&D economy where if you look too closely at it, sometimes it's kind of broken? I did actually once have a TM who pulled basically the trick from... I later found out it was from The Color of Magic. Basically the trick that he pulled. One of my companions was looking for a bag. Like he just wanted a leather bag. Like a big one, but still a leather bag. So he went to a tanner. The cost? 50. So, my bright companion took out 50 gold coins. The tanner was actually talking copper. But, of course, he would not say no. So, just kind of a way out... Well, I mean... my bad. Way out of... I don't want to say line exactly, but just kind of a... If you thought about it, is a plain-ass leather bag worth 50 gold? Not really, but we had the cash... He had the cash to burn. Yeah. But yeah, the same trick is once upon a time pulled in The Color of Magic. which is actually exactly as a shot what happens in The Color of Magic. It's a tourist who doesn't realize that his gold coins are worth like thousands of dollars, like in reference to where he was currently staying in Ankh-Morpork. So like tipping, like, oh, is 3 gold coins enough for this mug? And really he's tipping like $30,000 or something like that for something that should be like a $2 Pabst. I don't know if he was richer than the chief necessarily. And I'm not in that town. But yeah, that's one of the major themes in, I think, I shouldn't say themes, but a major running gag in The Color of Magic. It's a Terry Pratchett book. The first Terry Pratchett Ankh-Morpork book, focusing on Rincewind and I believe it's Twoflower, who is a tourist from another continent where gold is not quite as their gold is much more free-flowing, and they don't have as much use for it compared to in Ankh-Morpork. So, like, the money there is actually real solid gold versus Ankh-Morporkian gold, which is like Spice and Wolf style, no longer pure. Thank you, Remove. Thank you, Remove. Welcome back to the garden. When you have to, joke's on you, I listen to it while I'm doing other things on audiobook. I listen to audiobooks. It's cheating. I'm not literally running. Oh yeah. Yeah, Twoflowers and Insurance. What was it? How do you pronounce it? Sewer ants. To the Ankh-Morporkians. So, Number Cruncher. Still not running. I could listen to it while I'm running, but why would I want to run when I have a bicycle? Yeah, no, in this case it's more like the gold, well, I guess for D&D, yeah, gold coin is a few days paid to a commoner. It might depend on what kind of commoner, though. It feels weird to say that. But yeah, no, in the economy in Ankh-Morpork is, I shouldn't say it's wild, but with the influx of extra gold, who knows what will happen. Running is more efficient. Wouldn't that be the other way around? It would be the other way around, I think. Let the machine do the hard work. Let the machine do the hard work. Actually, I started playing the old Mushi Pedal gacha game that just came out. I actually kind of hate it. I don't think they did a very good job in explaining how to play it. Like what you're supposed to do exactly for like all the different options. They kind of they force you through a bunch of it, but not through other chunks. And it is insanely money hungry. It's obscene. It's obscene. I'm a little sad, but I'm still playing it right now. Like, not actively right this second. But once I close stream, I'm gonna check up on my boys, see how they're doing. For humans it is. It's not that much different between humans and elves. And for biking too, it's just what you eat is fuel. What you eat is fuel. So it feels good in that way too. So, a week's unskilled labor is 10 coins. A month's pay for enlistment in an army is 30 coins. So basically a coin a day. Although I another assumption I'm making here is that a week is 7 days, where I know that in some worlds, some systems, that is not true. Like D&D, it's a 10-day, right? Like, well, I shouldn't say that. A 10-day is a 10-day, but like a week is a 10-day, isn't it? All you need is wheel. Yeah. Spoken wheel. Yeah, it's really nice being able to just go downhill and not have to put in any effort. Except maybe braking if you're going too fast. I'm a coward, so I would do that. I don't want to be like 30 miles per hour downhill. That's scary. That's scary as shit. That's scary as shit on a bike. To me. An easier way to exploit interns. I could see that. They're not called interns, though, exactly. Are they? I did actually play. There was one of the Next Fest demos I was looking forward to, the Dungeon of Nahobook, and it it was kind of it was a little short, but it's a demo, and it did actually have interns in it. It did have interns, so it's kind of a case of, yeah, okay, 10 days probably is easier to exploit interns somehow. So 10 days. Also, I missed this. Thank you, Alexers, for the follow. For indentured servitude. Indentured servitude, I guess, is the promise of release after completing the contract. So it's kind of I guess that's kind of the payment at the end. Versus interns. Interns, it's the experience, isn't it? That's what you're getting out of it. Not necessarily any money. I think. You can't spell indentured servant without intern. You're right. You're right. I double checked. I double checked. You don't even need the servant part to do it. Do you? You don't need the servant part to spell it. Slaughter without laughter. Let's see. So a custom item from a blacksmith is base item plus 50 coins. So it's 50 coins just to get them started on the work. A knight's companionship is 20 minus charisma coins. Just why do they have to word it like that? Why do they have to word it like that? Like the only way you can get the companionship is if you pay. But I guess that is why it's under services. Like I guess you could also get it for free. It's just that it wouldn't be a service, right? Like they can, looking further down, an assassination, absolutely perfect, absolutely fine to talk about, but you can't talk about spending a night with a. I'm trying to think of a gender neutral way to refer to this. I guess companion, but that still doesn't have quite the ring to it. I guess escort. Yeah, escort maybe. An evening of song and dance is 18 minus charisma coins. Consort? Consort's a good word. That might work. Although, okay, now I'm thinking of cavorting. I know that there are some other like phrases that go along with it that do not have quite the same implication, but I think I'm thinking of cavorting. Carousing. Carousing. I guess, oh, it also conflicts with the escort later. The escort for a day along a bandit-infested road is 20 coins. An escort for a day along a monster-infested road is 54 coins. Why did they specify 54 and not 50 or something, you know? What's with that extra 4 coins? What is the worth? Why is it worth that? How? How did they come to that price? Yeah, it's arbitrary. I don't necessarily know if I disagree with it exactly. The same thing with 53, or sorry, 43 for the weekstay at the fanciest inn. I can see for the peasants one, if we're assuming a 7-day week, it's 2 coins a day for the weekstay. A weekstay at a civilized inn. I guess it does get kind of weird if it's like split as 7 for like a week. It's like, why is it 10 coins for a week's pay? 54 coins. Asking too many questions about the economy gets me put on a list. I don't think that's gonna happen. It'll be fine. They'll just write me off. Conspiracy theorist. Fantasy conspiracy theorist. Now I'm wondering, okay, so does 54 divide evenly for 7? Let me open up my calculator. I feel like I should know the answer, and the answer is no. 7.7. So it doesn't work. You've already put me on a list. Yeah, aren't I on your list of Twitch streamers that you follow and sub to? I'm assuming that it's 7 days, mostly because of the potential of 2 coins a day for the peasants inn. Unless there's a place earlier, I do not. Helps questioning the economy. Look, again, just write me off as a conspiracy theorist. That's fine. I don't have like a crazy conspiracy theorist hat yet. If I look up, can I look up really quickly? Can I search? Can I find? Can I control F? I can. Okay. It's kind of a, how do I look this up? Like a week, or like if I look up 7 days. What is a tell me, game, what is your definition of a week? What is the definition of a week? There's no 7 day. I guess we're going to assume a week is a week. A week is 7 days for now. Weird numbers. All the calculations, seeing the services at the time and converting it into the currency. I think that some things, some older books in the D&D world setting, Forgotten Realms especially, were not the worst at determining the worth of something. It might also be a case of, well, I'm thinking there's one very specific book, I believe it's Aurora's Catalog, where felt like a lot of things are thought out, and they're not magical items either. They're just random ass items for various uses. Like there's an entire section on foreign foodstuffs. There's like basically a camping section. There's the swimsuit section for like swimming gear. And so like if you have a book solely focused on that, I think that the writers will give their all into putting thought into that sort of situation. It's just when it's tossed in with other things, it's kind of, it doesn't really matter. It becomes an afterthought. Wish is a scourge. Wish is a scourge. Yeah. And where was the essay? You should be able to give me a link. You can put it in here. Or you can put it in DMs. I'd be interested in reading that. I would be interested. Thank you for the water. The ice is slowly melting. Let's see. Okay. A run-of-the-mill killing is... okay, when I go over there, it's a little too far away. Maybe if I move over here. Okay. This isn't too far. A run-of-the-mill killing is 5 coins, but an assassination is 120. So, run-of-the-mill killing, I guess, is non-professional, or like really dirty professional. Like you hire a thug, I'm guessing. An assassination is mysterious. Inflation issues. Money. Economy. Inflation issues. It's a little light for that. Fuck. A dirty professional was a gardener. There's other dirty professionals out there too. What is the word? There's a word for people who handle night soil. I don't remember if there's a specific, what the word was. Sewage cleaner was also the other thing I thought of, but very specifically, if you want to refer to someone who deals with like old-fashioned and if you want an old-fashioned way to refer to someone who basically does that sort of work, they would be the item would be night soil, but what is the name of the person who deals with it? I swear there's a name. Oh, okay. So it used to be called a gong farmer in Tudor England. Oh. So nightmen is another one. Nightmen. So I guess that's actually something you could scare your children with. The nightmen. Yeah. Okay, so nightmen is the other more common name, or night cart man. Stronghold games? I don't know what stronghold games are. But so gong scour, gong fower, gong fair, gong for more, gong firmer. So gong is derived from Old English gang, which means to go. So yeah. more dancing around night soil. More dancing around night soil. Not literally. So, oh, actually, yeah. Made a little smaller with that. The healing from a chirurgeon is 5 coins. A month's prayers for the departed is 1 coin. That's really cheap, I guess. It depends. I'm guessing this is like incidental things. Like I will, at the same time, what is the word for, what's the word for this in Catholicism, where you would basically pay the church to be able to get into heaven? That concept. There's a word for it, that entire thing. What was it? This just reminds me a little bit of that. It's a case of like 1 coin, and I will pray for your dearly departed soul for a month, like when I'm doing my daily prayers. But there is a word for it, isn't there? It's not tuition. It's not tuition. It's not. What is it called? Indulgence. Yeah, it's indulgences. This isn't cool. This is not an indulgence, but it feels like it could be leading down that path, you know? Although maybe it's genuine. Maybe it's genuine. This concept. But for 1 coin, it feels a bit cheap. But I guess it also is kind of a who's doing the prayer. Or, unless this is just basically paying for the materials, but this is a service. So, you're essentially hiring a priest to do it in his downtime. Repairs to a mundane item is 25% of the item's cost. It's not the worst. Although, I guess we're a little bit not used to this nowadays. I know that in the past when I've looked at getting things repaired, it turns out that a lot of the time it is, like, it seems crazy expensive. That's usually because the item was stupidly cheap to begin with. Like, getting the work done in America is a lot more expensive than in other countries. Or just in general, like, it's a lot more expensive to get that stuff done now than it was when the item was potentially created, you know, decades and decades ago. Okay, meals. So a hearty meal for 1 is a coin. A poor meal for a family is a coin. And a feast is 15 coins per person. So, with adventures in mind, then, I guess it would be. Wait, actually, hold on. We had a week stay at a peasant inn. So, is it basically a coin for the room and a coin for the food? I wonder? A day? Can we kind of cut it into that? Assuming you get 1 meal at the inn. Or maybe you might get 2 meals. No? 29 course meal. Do they really go up that high? I didn't think that most course meals, even at really, really famous restaurants, I didn't think they went up to 29. I'm trying to think of the highest one I've heard of. It might be like 12 or something. 15 coins per person. Look. Well, actually, first thought is, don't ask where the deer came from. We are not hunting in the King's Woods. Do not ask where the deer came from. Maybe that's why the price is so high. Actually, I was watching there's someone on YouTube who does historical foods, and that's where I learned about the whole thing about hunting in the King's Woods and how that was outlawed. Watching YouTubers for history on food history. I think that was a pot pie thing. Maybe not pot pie. Fuck. Maybe it was pasty. Maybe it was learning how pasties are made. Perhaps. And like, at one point, the rarity of meats because of the king like declaring huge swaths of the forest being his. You are not allowed to hunt in it. All the deer are sacred. Do not hunt the deer in the king's forest. And it's kind of a shit. Well, you just evicted me, and now I'm gonna starve. Like, what am I to do? So for the feast, maybe that's part of it. Maybe that's part of it. And also, meat can be expensive even now, right? Meat's expensive even now. I've made turducken twice, I think. And I wanted to get goose for it, for instance. Oh, stupidly expensive. Even the duck was expensive. And can you call it a feast if you don't have one monstrosity of a meat-filled meat bin? Really, truly. You can't even buy duck? It's last time I had duck was Christmas. I had a orange duck. Like, it was orange-ish flavored. Duck l'orange or whatever. I think. It was tasty, but it's very rich. It's very rich. And it's a regional thing too, right? Goose is harder to get here, but I think, say for instance in England, easier to get there versus like turkey. You're not really gonna find turkey there, are you? Versus here, it's a native. Thinking about, I know someone who wants to do a shrimp broil, a prawn broil, and we simply can't get live prawns here. We would have to order them from somewhere else. I should see if she's still interested in doing that. Basically ordering them from back home. But at the same time, like, I don't know if she'd be able to get certain other things if she were back home down there. Yeah, I've got like 5 containers of shrimp boil liquid. I got basically like a wholesale club pack by accident. It's kind of a what do I do with the rest of these? What else can I use it for? Seafood boil, and it is the season. Kind of romanticizing some things at like hot pots, and we have something kind of similar in the US, right? You know, in the seafood boil. It's just another regional specialty. Although, I think even in the north they have like clam bakes, right? And they probably do like crab up here instead. No prawns, but plenty of like oysters and clams and mollusks and crabs. 15 coins. That's a pig roast. Okay. For transport. A cart and donkey sworn to carry your burdens. 50 coins, load 20. Sworn to carry your burdens. That is one. That's a heavy burden for a donkey, isn't it? Sworn to carry your burdens. Like, who got this promise out of this donkey? A horse is 75 coins, load of 10. A war horse is 400 coins with a load of 12. A wagon is 150 coins with a load of 40. That's it for the ones that are on land. So I'm gonna guess the wagon does not include the horse? Probably? Probably. So the war horse is only able to carry 2 more pounds. That is probably covering enough to cover its armor. If it has armor, I guess? I don't know if there's such a thing in the game as like barding for the horse. That's the word, right? Barding. And if it's not for the horse's barding, then it's for the rider's barding, I'm sure. 400 coins. That's over 4 times the price of a regular horse. I hope it has a mechanical benefit. Like, it doesn't get spooked in battle or something compared to a regular horse. I want to say, this is something that seems to be not used very often in more modern games necessarily, but in older games, having to worry about what the fuck do you do with your horse if you can't take them into the dungeon with you. Or like, you don't want to risk them necessarily in traps and stuff. The horse can't climb this wall, so you'd hire someone to basically journey with you to be your horse wrangler, your horse watcher. Yeah. Unless you really just want a horse that looks really fucking cool. So on water we have the barge for 50 coins, a load of 15. A riverboat for 150 coins, a load of 20. A merchant ship for 5,000 coins, a load of 200. And a warship for 20,000 coins, a load of 100. Hirelings? Yeah. Let he who is not hired a hireling earn the first stone. Or accidentally killed a hireling, more like it. Sometimes those bandits, you know? Sometimes those bandits. Although there's also the case of one group I was a part of, there's a necromancer. I guess there's no real need to say anything else. We didn't need to hire anyone extra. Not when we had the... Well... Thinking about it, actually. What did we do? I guess we just left them outside. We left them outside, and thinking about it, they didn't go wild after a point in time. Maybe that's just because of the timing that we particularly had. I guess a hireling is better. Thank you for the water. Even though they could die, even though they cost more money. They're probably not going to slit your throat in the middle of the night. Or eat your brains. Probably. I guess there's also the chance that they might even be able to go on watch rotation with you. Hi, Jane. Hi, Jane. How are you doing? Okay. Passage on a safe route is 1 coin. Passage on a tough route is 10 coins. And passage on a dangerous route is 100 coins. I'm wondering, this doesn't specify what type of passage, so I suppose it's across any type. Sleep well, sleep well. I'll do my best to be good sleep noise. Reading. Oh, no plan loud noises. No plan loud noises. What's next after this? Lands and buildings. A hovel is 20 coins. A cottage is 500 coins. A house is 2,500 coins. A mansion, 50,000 coins. A keep is 75,000 coins. A castle for 250,000 coins. Yeah, you can't. You cannot turn off my lights. Not now. There is a game I'm thinking of playing the demo for. Not this upcoming week, but a later week. I might save it for October. Where I think, allow that, but I'm also afraid that it might actually really freak me out. Did you know that Cooking Companions, the people who made Cooking Companions, are making another game? The Kickstarter just finished. It just finished. They met their goal. Their first goal. It's called Dreadweight. There's a demo out. I've only played the demo of Cooking Companions, but it freaked me out enough to not want to play the main game. So, I was going to put Dreadweight into, like, if I need a scary, shortish game, that's gonna be it. The demo. Yeah, I'm not certain if I can. It would be nice to do the lights, but it might actually be too scary for me. Because, you know, I'm kind of weak-hearted like that. But it looks same sort of vague look, like cute horror, sort of. Like you can tell it's made by the same people. But it's a completely, the theme is different. You are in an old house and you are with 4 companions, and an ancient witch is basically after you all. That is the initial theme of the game. So you're setting traps and stuff for her. And there's a really muscular girl as one of the 4 companions. Sorry, someone was breezing by. Yeah. No gratuitous violence or gore. Yeah. A prim PC? What do you mean? Oh, you mean, yeah, okay. Look, it's not you the character, like you the character in the game. It's just one of your companions. It's an NPC. But yeah, she was the first thing I noticed when I saw it. It was called Dreadweight. Because it's spelled, let me see. Yeah, I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about them. People just think that they can go on by at whatever speed they can. I believe the name is spelled this way. So initially I thought, like, especially because I saw the one jacked girl, it was kind of a, oh, so this is like a gym kind of theme thing? Doesn't seem like it. There's no way I can point these that isn't pointing at, like, something that's gonna make noise, unfortunately. And there's gonna be another one coming by. Room. Vroom, vroom, vroom. Maybe one day I'll be able to have like more soundproofing. It's kind of a case of I can have big, beautiful windows, or I can be soundproof. Can't have both. Why can't I have both? Acoustics doesn't work that way. Sound doesn't work that way. Glass doesn't work that way. It's unfortunate. I was just thinking, would that work? Okay, I don't think it works. You hear the neighbors skip playing in the morning. I've generally grown. I've spent most of my life in urban areas as a garden elf. Like, not urban. Places that do have like green spaces, just kind of tight. So, like, hearing other people is comforting. I'd rather have that than complete silence. That's scary. That's why I'm a garden elf and not a wood elf. And like, I've complained about hearing some things, but it's just the timing of it is rough. Like when I hear, I have a neighbor who plays. I say plays. Sometimes I hear live music from neighboring areas, and it's just really the time of day that's bothersome. And it would not have been bothersome if it weren't for, say, it's a little distracting when you're trying to play a game, like, I don't know, a tabletop RPG, and you're hearing tubas in the background, and you're not certain if it's the DM or a neighbor. Thank you, Dark Dingy Dungeon, for the follow. Yeah, that was the... What is the word? That was Saturday nights that they would have a full mariachi band playing sometimes. I haven't heard it in a little while. So I guess they're not doing it this summer as much, only maybe for special occasions. And then sometimes bagpipes and other things, but again, it's just the time of day that they choose for some of that. But that's humans, that's daywalkers. They want to listen to their music sometime between the hours of noon and 10 p.m. That's troublesome to me. As someone who gets up at night, usually. I say usually just because next week my schedule's going to be shifted. And for the next 2 weeks after that, I think. Can't live with them, and that's about it. You have to make some concessions. Not... Yeah. You have to make some concessions. It's understandable why most people don't follow the schedule. It is really rough. If a majority did follow it, that would be one thing. But I can also see it being a problem in some situations. Like, summer is kind of rough, you know? Like, summer is good if you're up in the night because it's less hot than usually than the day, up to a certain point. Like, the coolest part of the day is usually right before dawn, because you've had the whole night to cool off. You'll not take your terrible back. But the winters in the dark, I think, gets to a lot of people. It gets to a lot of humans, as it is. I guess it's depressing. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, people need a little bit of sunlight. Humans need a little bit of sunlight. You prefer winter? For the weather or for the dark? Or something else? It's also nice because it's the holidays. The holidays. Depending on when you start counting winter, if you count November as winter, and where you live, you might have just like a slew of holidays. There's summer holidays too, but it's a different sort of feeling, right? What was the. I learned this word this past year about the winter holidays. I think it was called cuffing season. Cuffing season. Because you want. You want a loved one to spend the dark times with, right? Like cuddled up by the fire, that sort of thing. So you're less likely to break up with someone, I suppose, in winter because of that. You don't want to be alone at the fire. So things like instead of, I guess you would hold out. So like you can't break up between American Thanksgiving and Valentine's Day. You have to wait until after Valentine's Day, I guess. Because people don't think of March as winter. It's not winter. So it's not really winter, right? Mid-March. Mid-March is spring. Or the entirety of March. And I suppose like people don't think of St. Patrick's Day as winter. Only like summer because they don't have to deal with school. That's fair. Night in the summer is the best time to swim in a pool. The water will be warm from heating up. If you like swimming, I don't really like swimming, so I never really found that out, I guess. Although, like, night summer jacuzzi is really nice. That is really nice because once you're out of the jacuzzi, then the cool night air, it feels cool in comparison to the jacuzzi. But I suppose that's in general nicer than when you're I haven't been, I guess, in a jacuzzi in the winter, but I've been in an onsen in the winter, and that was like a sauna style of, it was an outdoor onsen. Sauna style of like you're really, really too hot in the water. When you step out, you want to get back in immediately because it's just so cold out. It was really pretty. It'd be nice to go back, but I don't think I'll be able to for a while. Happy to stay during winter, but found someone new in summer. I'm sorry for you, Jay Bush. But yeah, I guess that's a cycle. I don't have a whole lot of experience in that myself. So, we had the castle, 250,000 gold coins, a grand castle for 1,000,000 coins. A month's upkeep is 1% of the cost. That's a nice way of simplifying it. 1% of the cost to upkeep. 20 coins for a hovel. It's kind of a, shall we? In today's economy, let's say that a hovel is $20,000. We're also not going to include any property taxes or anything like that in here. So that means, wait, if I put it at, maybe it should be $2,000? Maybe I'm tainted by, part of this is kind of a What is the value of the land attached to how much is the building worth? That's what's really getting me here. Thinking about like a cottage being 50 or like $500,000, that feels like it's hovel, minimum livable or condemned. Bro, at a hovel, I would assume that it is like barely livable by peasant standards ish, which means that in modern day America it'd be condemned. That's my assumption. But maybe my concept of property values is really skewed, because I have seen parcels of land go for like $20,000, and it was literally like, it would literally be a postage stamp of land. There's nothing on top of it, which is why I thought like, okay, if it's a hovel, it's gotta be like $20,000, and then like bumping up to cottage, like that's a bit much. Like a house I could see being not $2 million. Thank you, SR Zombie, for the follow. It's just for buildings. It's land and buildings, though. It's land and buildings. Granted, it's not a whole lot of land for the hovel, but at the same time, it's whatever's underneath that section. Your family? What about your family? Oh, my bad. Let me adjust that. Why did it do that? Do I accidentally have a filter on? I do. Wait. I must have set it up a little weird. I added an extra crop, but it shouldn't be that severe. Okay. It's just a little strange as to why. I wonder. Oh, give me a second. That's why. Okay. So when I did my cropping, I initially based it on the width of this page. But when you see we move down here, you can see that the alignment has changed because left page, right page. That's why. That kind of sucks. That kind of sucks. I hate it. I understand why. I understand why. I'm going to guess this is a left page, though. Yeah. So that's why. Okay. So I need it to be a little less free, or a little less close with cutting it. Sorry, I'm reading from the bigger screen rather than the smaller one. Although I guess I should read from the smaller one. Okay. Yeah, for the keep, the mansion, all that stuff. This is all including the land too. And it's kind of okay, 200 coins for a or like $200 for a hovel. We're getting this at like isn't it Detroit where they're basically selling things for extremely cheap with the expectation of people renovating entire neighborhoods, like reinvigorating the local neighborhoods? So okay, $200. The hovel is a fixer-upper special. It's got, what is the word? I guess actually all these would not have sewer lines. It'd be more of a case of, when I was searching for a home, one of the things was, are you okay with it not being on public sewer? It's got a sump, not a sump, something else. There's another thing. It's more common in rural areas. Basically, a sewage tank in the ground on the property with a field. I don't remember what the name was. What is the name of it? Septic tank, yes. it was kind of a, excuse me, how does this place only have a septic tank? we're not that we're not that rural here. There was a surprising amount of places that had that, but at the same time, it's kind of an that's why this place hasn't sold yet. I don't have a septic tank. I don't have a septic tank. Especially when they're like, yeah, it's fine, it doesn't need replacing. Sure, it's like 50 years old, but it's a good old. I've learned my lesson. Iron pipe, or I think I have iron pipes. My house was built like a century ago. That's the worst that can happen. The worst that can happen is my story. That is, buying a house. The house is over 100 years old. Finding out from the plumber that, yes, these are the original metal pipes. Were the original metal pipes. You don't have sewage pipes anymore in the ground. They've rotted so far away that there's barely anything to call for it. That was an expensive lesson. If you buy a house, get the pipes checked. Get that video camera in there. Get it done. Especially if it's an old house. Also get insurance for it. Get insurance for the sewage pipes. That saved me like thousands and thousands of dollars. It went from like a $15,000 mistake to only a $7,000 mistake. A lot of it could have been avoided if we had just checked, like the person said. Like the real estate guy said. There's also the case of, the roots of one of the trees had grown in too, but it was kind of a case of the roots grew in because there really wasn't enough of the pipe left to stop it. Metal pipes only last 100 years, like metal sewage pipes. Yeah, so that tree is dead. Just more chances to rescape the garden. By killing the plants for the sewage. And also now I have a really awful looking sewage thing sticking out, but nothing a bird bath cap can't fix temporarily. Okay, thinking about the prices. So, if we set it $200 for the hovel, that makes it $5,000 for the cottage, $25,000 for the house. A mansion is $50,000. That's a little too low. So there has to be... Okay. If we say it's $2,000 for the hovel, that means the cottage is $50,000. A house is $250,000. A mansion is $50,000. A keep is $750,000. A castle is $2.5 million. And the Grand Castle is $10 million. That feels closer, but at the same time, I guess the economy of scale doesn't quite really feel right, does it? Like getting a mansion, or not a mansion. Yeah, I guess getting a mansion at like 50, or at 500,000, and getting a castle at like 2.5 million, and a hovel for 2,000. Maybe I'm just applying too much modern day thought into this. $1,000 a week. Yeah. So 10. So if you saved up your entire week's pay, actually, let's say not that exactly. Let's say you're somehow able to save up 1 coin a week out of your pay. That means it would take you 20 weeks to afford a hovel. Less than a year to afford a hovel. How long would it take for you to save up for a cottage then? Almost 10 years. Truly a fantasy world homeownership. To 8 years? Yeah, but maybe it might be easier after a certain point. I guess it's also on minimum pay. Surely you wouldn't live on minimum wage for, as an adult for decades, right? Right? Just thinking about US economy, fuck. You're not supposed to, minimum wage is supposed to be for teenagers, right? Not for adults. I'm not saying I agree with that. It's just kind of oh, lady. I think it was a female senator or something that said that. Maybe it wasn't female, but just, yeah. Some senators believe that. 9.6 years. Still, that's a long time. If you're only saving up 1 coin a week, and that is only for, that's your house saving fund. I guess there's also a chance that maybe you'll be able to save up another coin for like, savings? But I guess otherwise work till you die. I guess this is the reason why you become an adventurer. If you get the cottage, it stays in the family. I suppose, yes, the thing is, who gets it? You have a loving spouse and you have 3 or 4 kids. The daughters get sent off to live with the new husbands or whatever. But your sons, who inherits the cottage? I mean, if you also apply it like to the daughters, then it's just, how to put it, eldest son. So yeah, you have to be an eldest son to inherit that cottage. You have to be the eldest son. I guess you send off the second son to go become a priest or something, right? Or you send him off to the army. So just be born lucky. Just be born lucky. It's that easy. Now you're thinking of child labor? Oh, I feel like we haven't even begun to think about child labor in here. Not in this economy. Bribes. A peasant dowry is 20 minus charisma coins. Speaking of, like, the daughters going off to live with the husbands. Kind of so how does the charisma work for the dowry? How does it work? Whose charisma is it based on? I don't get it. I can only assume that if it's kind of if the daughter's prettier, does it make the dowry less? Or something? A charisma coin? It's not a charisma coin. The reading is 20 minus charisma coins. So think of parentheses around the 20 minus charisma section. You subtract the you successfully haggle, you can subtract the charisma score, or up to the charisma score, from the price. No, that's fine. When I initially read it too, like returning to this, it was kind of a, how, what the fuck is a charisma coin? I had the same thought. This is enough. This money is enough to be fit for X. Okay, if you read it that way. I suppose it's paying for it. It just still feels a little strange for the dowry section. How high does charisma score get? Good question. Let us check. Let us check. The book might look a little funny. Choose stats. Okay. So 16 is the highest starting score. I don't know how high can 18. 18. Hard cap at 18, I think. Long messages. It really depends on what the content is. Thank you, Goblin Tooth, for the follow. I guess I prefer more broken up messages, though. It's easier for me to parse than like one big chunk of text. And it feels more like a conversation, too, that way. Because that's what this is, isn't it? An offer you can't refuse is still supposed to be that much money. Okay, let's check. And I'm pretty certain they specified that it was score, not modifier, that gets struck from the price. So at the very most, 18 coins, but we can double check. Because that was in here. Okay, I don't get it. Sorry, Siko, I don't get it. Skiko. Let's see. Minus charisma. Okay. A little negotiation subtracts the haggler's charisma score, not modifier, from the price. So yeah. You can subtract up to 18. But it's probably more likely to be, what, 15, 16? At least to start. Okay. You know, we're kind of close to finishing this. This equipment section, anyway. There's only a couple more pages left. Assuming we get through it tonight. Yeah, minus 18 off of 20. Minus 18 off of 500 is barely anything. Yeah, I guess it's kind of a... There's no scale to it. There's no scale to it. Which is a little bit of an issue. It might also be a bit of a case of... Does it really matter, I suppose? Yeah. Protection for a small business is 100 minus charisma coins. A government bribe is 50 minus charisma coins. A compelling bribe is 80 minus charisma coins. And an offer you can't refuse is 500 minus charisma coins. So I can see... What is... You can't charisma your way into forcing everyone to do stuff with no downsides? So, if it were a percentage instead, I feel like for a number of these, let's see what the other ones were that were minus charisma. They were relatively small amounts of money, right? 30 coins. What was it? 14. Theoretically, then, you could pay nothing to stay at the Peasant Inn. You're so charismatic, you're so cool, they should be paying you. I'm sure it wouldn't actually happen, but more of a case of, look at me. It's a social influencer. Getting a free stay at the Peasant Inn. Yeah. So, our superstar charisma person probably would not be caught dead at the Peasant Inn, but they could stay for free if they wanted to. Versus at the Civilized Inn, 18, that's over half. It's a one-handed discount? So, I could see that. Like getting half off, basically. A little bit more than half off for staying at the good inn, making it look cool. I want to say, I don't really know how much time you would be spending at inns in Dungeon World anyway, given the very name of the game is Dungeon World. I don't think you're going to be spending a huge amount of time in inns. Narrative penalties your charisma. That's only if other people find out. Only if other people find out. Okay. But yeah, theoretically having to only pay a dowry of like 2 coins. That's sure to make the person receiving the dowry, or that person that the dowry is supposed to be like representing, feel great. 2 coins. 2 coins. No witnesses. Someone with that charisma won't be talked about. Maybe then you just have to get a second persona involved. You have your I was going to say secret disguise. That's not the right word I'm thinking of. Kind of like the whole idol thing of being like publicly an idol, but they also have their the times where they wear their sunglasses and their hats covering up their hair, and like big poofy scarf thing or something to hide their face so they can blend in with people. Yeah, alter ego, second identity, that sort of thing. Maybe you can work around it then. But these are all potentials for hooks for the DM, right? These are all hooks. Gifts and finery. A peasant gift is 1 coin. A fine gift is 55 coins. A noble gift is 200 coins. Actually, this is something that we've been probably seeing for a while, but just it's seeing it so often in the word gift here. I don't know if you can see it unless I zoom in. Like, if you look at the FI and FT, the ligatures look so good. You don't see them very often. Sorry. I like typography stuff. Seeing like an FFT. How rare. How precious. Or an, what is that? LFF. Or FFL? Might be an FFL. That's more common than an LFF. LFF doesn't make any sense. A fine gift, 55 coins. A noble gift is 200 coins. At least you know I'm a graphic designer. You can't prove that. You can't prove that. A ring or cameo for 75 coins. Maybe I just appreciate the finer things in life. Like calligraphy. Look, I'm trying to remember actually. Oh, right. Talking with some folk about a upcoming RPG game and delving into historical research on a specific like time frame, location, and kind of don't worry, I'm doing this mostly for fun. This part and making my character like not 100% accurate because it's impossible to do, but like possible theoretically, given enough alterations in timelines. So kind of I've done weird deep delves into things like learning secretary hand roughly for another character, a librarian character, and learning how to do at the time thorns and stuff and all sorts of like weird shorthand, not shorthand proper, but old ways of writing certain letters. Like I remember YT being an option for a specific word. I think that may have been what? I could be wrong. Let me double check. I wrote journal entries in that specific script, so it might be a case of like if I find that script, I might be able to decipher it now. But I'm just looking at it and saying, you can't write in code. You can't write in code, Prim. It's kind of it. This is librarian script, I swear. Back in the day. UX UI opinion. Friends had opinions on fonts. I guess it's not code, it's logistic. Look, vellum is expensive, paper is expensive. Let me save my space by writing nonsense words. Thank you very much. Let me see if I can find an example of what my journal entry looked like when I did my proper Okay, it wasn't this, it was okay. I'm trying to find something that won't really because I don't have a copy of the paper, but I do have a copy of the notes I was taking for writing it. So this is one of the sentences that I wrote in terms of like guiding how to physically write this. And it's kind of I don't remember what I recognize some of these words. I recognize some of these words and also a name. Let me see if I can find the translation of that. It shouldn't be terribly hard. I just have to see. Okay. Yeah, so the translation of that roughly is I heard the one of the other elves, Elethos, talking about some problem at the embassy. Yeah. 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 I can explain some of the choice reasons for writing a certain way because, for instance, for L's with the E and the squiggly, instead of writing out a full S, you could theoretically just like have a little squiggle at the bottom to indicate that it's an S instead of having a full S. TH was shortened to Y. You can ignore certain letter combinations, which is why about is ABT with the line over the top. S is F. So, and also for the M in some, like right after the ABT, there's what looks like faux with a funny thing over the E. The funny thing over the E indicates that there is an M or an N in between. Yeah, it's the old text speak, roughly. So it's kind of an interpretation of that in whatever letters I could acquire in terms of computer. When it's written out, it looks just as fucking weird. I promise you. It won't look exactly like this, but this was as close as I could get. So yeah. I might actually have some examples of the my inspiration, because it was not 100% like Secretary or Bastard script, but it was heavily influenced by that concept. I don't know if I have it. I may have put it somewhere I can't find anymore. Or rather, I'd have to dig quite a bit to find it. It's a shame. Brainfuck. The language. I remember once upon a time making some, I don't know the appropriate word for this. I haven't done a huge amount of it, but like having to commit to a Git code base and basically adding in a few bits so I could do like sheep speak for Git push stuff. It's been a very long time since I've done that though. Yeah, I'm showing my age right there. Or I guess it would be called like Doge. Doge. And I feel like if I look that up right now, it will be very different because of what, Dogecoin? Dogecoin? Yeah, it is. DogeGit. Oh, there's a DogeGit. Oh, it doesn't exist anymore. Okay, I got a copy of it. Here it is. I basically set it up so I could do this. I'm very mature. Very mature. Okay, for the gifts and finery. Let's see. We saw the fine gift for 55 coins, a noble gift for 200 coins, a ring or cameo for 75 coins. What exactly is a cameo? I've not heard of that in terms of like rings. Personally. It's a brooch. It doesn't quite seem to be a brooch. It looks more like a ring that has a very... Actually, hold on. Maybe it can be a brooch too. It would help if I could spell brooch. Oh. So... think of it, I guess, as more old-fashioned portrait locket type thing, except it's not painted. It's like a sculpture in a stone. It doesn't have to be in a brooch. It can also be a ring. How to tell what a cameo is? All about cameos. Okay. So if I look up cameo appearance, that's not the right thing. Is there a disambiguation for cameo? It would help if I spelled cameo with my hands on the proper keys. It's a carving. An engraved gem, item of jewelry, or vessel. So if I grab this, it will be an example and I can pop it up into Chrome and it should be fine. Let me see. Like this. So that's an example of a cameo. It could be in a ring too. I like looking up things like this when I don't understand what words are, because otherwise, if you're just reading off of something without knowing what it is, when your players also don't understand it, there's a chance that they might just kind of pass on it, ignore it completely. But what if they ask you what it is? What if they do that? And you have to admit, I don't know. It's... I'd rather find it out beforehand and understand what the word is. Wow, English? Yeah. That's how I learned what a torque was too. It's not the first thing of... It's not the first thing I think of with a cameo either. But different times. Different times. Kind of like context actually too. So if I talk about cleavage, for instance, I'm sure you have something very different in mind than if I talk about diamond cleavage. And even now you're probably like, how does that work? A little bit? Like, how can a diamond have cleavage? But it's a jewelry term too. It's not just for other things. It's also known as fracture, apparently. Cleavage refers to flat planes along which some minerals break. Cleavage that makes you dance. Surely. We're talking about... I don't know if there is a Steven Universe character named Diamond who... I shouldn't say that. I'm sure there's a Steven Universe character named Diamond. I don't know what they look like at all. But yeah, diamond cleavage. Talking about actual mineral stuff. It's totally not a dirty thing. There's 4 diamonds. Oh, is there like colored diamonds? Man, all I can think of with that is like Jasper's screaming, "I wish he'd shut up," and it's kind of Jasper's like, what is it? The creator of Steven Universe has said that all the gem characters refer to themselves as female and blah blah blah. It's kind of like Jasper's my cat. Jasper's my cat. I just think of that also because I have a cat named Casper, and Casper has the same base as Jasper. They're all referring to the same concept. My Casper is a she, but I think the base is male. And I think most people would pick it as male too, because of the implications of the ghost. I've only seen a bit of Steven Universe. I think I watched the first season, maybe the first season, like an episode or two. When it started getting like, I don't want to say serious, but it wasn't. I guess, yeah, when it was getting serious, it's kind of I'm not in the mood. I wanted something light. I wanted something light. So the ringer cameo was 75 coins. The finery is 105 coins. A fine tapestry is 350 plus coins. And a crown fit for a king is 5,000 coins. I wonder. I understand why a tapestry would be so much more than the others because of the handiwork needed. A crown fit for a king is worth more than a cottage. 5,000 coins. So you're saying that a crown fit for a king is worth 2 houses. It's not even worth a mansion. It might also be like the physical worth of the crown fit for the king. Considering, okay, thinking about getting something crafted for you is never going to, it's always going to be, I guess, more expensive than having it already made. If that makes sense. Like getting it custom crafted for you. So that's part of the worth of the crown fit for a king, like, gone down. Like getting it crafted, once that's over, you just have the worth of the materials and sort of the handiwork in place. And I guess it's kind of the irreplaceability of that entire thing. If the king owns a ridiculously expensive castle, it makes sense. I'm assuming this is the kind of thing where it's like this is a treasure piece that you could find, maybe. If you find this crown in the dungeon, you could buy 2 houses with it. Unless I guess there's something else extra special about it. If they had some sort of scale for grandness, I suppose, or for ancientness. I guess, of course, these are also just guidelines. These are guidelines. Colors and time taken to weave them. Yeah, I was thinking of needlepoint. Like, those old tapestries took a shit ton of time. It took a long time to make. And you also need the idle hands to work on them, too. But I guess that's where the child labor comes in. Assuming they have the manual dexterity for it. But younger hands will have less arthritis for it. Ooh, child labor. Yeah. It's a lot safer for them to be working on the tapestry rather than doing any of the blacksmithing, right? Okay. Hoards. A goblin stash is 2 coins. A day's pay, I guess. A lizardman's trinkets is 5 coins. A priceless sword is 80 coins. I guess the question is priceless to who? The peasant? It's my father's sword. It's been handed down through the ages. It's my grandfather's sword. 80 coins. Take it or leave it. 40 coins? 40 coins and you're trying to sell it. 40 coins. I'll have to ask my man on the inside. Suspiciously priced priceless sword. I'm gonna have to ask the sword guy about the pricing for that. 2 coins. Best offer. Actually, hold on, wait. We did have a price on a sword earlier. Let's scroll back up for that. Okay, it was above armor. How much was a basic ass sword? Basic sword. 8 coins. 15 coins. Dueling rapier. 50 coins. So 15 coins to 80 coins. That's quite the leap. Quite the leap. Imagine just thinking about, like, so are there mechanical benefits to the 80 coin sword? No, but it looks really fucking cool, right? Or maybe it really is just a showpiece. An orc war chief's tribute is 250 coins, and a dragon's mound of coins and gems is 130,000 coins. So to get that, to get a castle, you need to slay at least 2 dragons, or like acquire the hordes of at least 2 dragons. If you want an actual grand castle, okay, wait, hold on. I need to do some math really quickly. Basically, the maintenance alone for your grand castle is a dragon a year. A dragon's horde a year. Assuming 12 months. It's 120,000 gold to upkeep that thing for a year. And the dragon gives up 130,000. Fuck. I guess that kind of makes sense, so that's a good reason to go after dragons. Steal their horde. I'm going to guess it means to buy an existing castle. It's... If I were just reading this out loud, or rather, reading it alone, I wouldn't be putting nearly as much thought into how this economy works, how this economy functions as right now. Thinking about, like, shit, a dragon a year. Not including the upfront cost. How many dragons is that? Can we just call this 130,000 coins? It's like it's a dragon. I know that Forgotten Realms has a dragon, I think, as a coin value, but damn it. This is really handy. For those large sums. Money it spawns. Going further and further into the distance to find dragon nests. Okay. Next page does actually have a thing, so I'm gonna uncut the sides. Okay, magic items. There are stranger things in the world than swords and leather. Magic items are the non-mundane items that have intrinsic power. Magic items are there for you to make your game. Players can make magic items through the wizard's ritual or similar moves. The GM can introduce magic items in the spoils of battle or the rewards for jobs and quests. This list provides some ideas, but magic items are ultimately for you to decide. In the sidebar, I'm both perplexed and disappointed. for my talismans are not obviously useless. Cudgel. Or Cudgel? Kugel? Eyes of the Overworld. I don't know what Eyes of the Overworld is. What is Eyes of the Overworld? Hold on. Tip tap, tip tap, tip tap. Oh, it's a Jack Vance novel. Okay. From the 1966. Let's see. Okay, not something I know. But they don't have how to pronounce the main character's name. Shh. Okay. For a second, I thought I heard an echo of myself. I'm gonna try that again. Shh. I am hearing an echo of myself. I wonder why. Hold on. I can hear myself talking. I have that set up. It's just, it's much more instantaneous, and the shh is like on a noticeable delay, which is why I hear it. Okay. Not obviously useless. I wonder how that impacts things here. If it's a statement of he wants them to look useless so people don't think that they're worthwhile, or if it's something else. This is why I thought I heard voices earlier. It's on such a delay. I don't get it. That was what you were thinking? I thought they were just decorative things that wizards have. Okay, now that we've read the sidebar, I'm gonna turn that off because I want to be able to flip ears. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. Okay. Just like the wizard walking stick, right? You would not split an old man from his walking stick, would you? I know that's not the exact quote, but I don't remember the exact words. But the sentiment is still there. Yes, yes, yes. When making your own magic items, keep in mind that these items are magical. Simple modifiers like +1 damage are the realm of the mundane. Magic items should provide more interesting bonuses. So the first one we have is Argothan, Holy Avenger. It is close, a close range weapon for 2 weight. There are many swords in this world, but there is only one Argothan. It is a blade of gold, silver, and light, revered as a holy relic by all orders and religions for whom good rings true. Its touch is a blessing, and to many, the sight of it brings tears of joy. In the hands of a paladin, it strikes true and strong. A paladin wielding it increases their damage die to d12 and has access to every paladin move. As well, Argothan can harm any creature of evil regardless of any defenses it may have. No evil creature may touch it without suffering agony. The air just kicked in. I'm hoping, can you hear it? Do you hear any noise in the background now? It's new, I should say. Kind of not certain. Interesting. Interesting. Hmm. I know you can hear clicking though. I can hear clicking. What else do I have set up? I just want to double check. That's fair, yeah. That's kind of what I hope for a little bit. Like, other noise. Other noise. In the hands of any non-paladin, it is merely a sword, heavier and more cumbersome than most. It gains the awkward tag. Thank you, Ragging Noob, for the follow. Sorry, I almost read it wrong. Argothon, while not intelligent, will forever be drawn to a cause of true good, like iron to a magnet. Next one is Arrows of... Is it Acheron? Acheron. Arrows of Acheron. 1 ammo, 1 weight. Crafted in darkness by a blind Fletcher, these arrows can find their target in even the deepest darkness. An archer may fire them blind, in the dark, with his eyes bound by heavy cloth, and still be assured of a clean shot. If the light of the sun ever touches the arrows, however, they come apart, like shadows and dust. So you can't use them in the light. It sounds like it. It sounds like it. oh no. So there's a certain point if you played Overwatch with Hanzo, like you could basically shoot people by shooting off of walls and floors and stuff. Yeah. I'm just gonna be the jerk to say that Moonlight. Look, this is called Dungeon World for a reason. It's called Dungeon World. Also, I want to say, what if your DM made it so that moonlight is not reflected sunlight? What if? Would that be scarier? Be afraid of the DM who invokes that sort of ruling. I wonder why. Smiley face. When someone brings up the whole like moonlight sunlight thing. I wonder why. You know, the big bad is the moon coming down, or you have to go up to moon to kill it. You just invented your own big bad by bringing up that question. The Golden Gate Bridge is actually blue. I feel like I've seen that. I mean, I watched Full House. That has the opening Golden Gate Bridge in it, right? It's not very surprising. The moon is a sieve for the power of the sun. Is it blue? It looks kind of red, honestly. It's not actually blue though, is it? Imagine thinking it's red the entire time. No, it's blue. Oh, thank you, Hybris Fancy, for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. We are currently discussing moonlight and sunlight and what color the Golden Gate Bridge is. Liberty, it's not on Ellis Island. Statue of Liberty is not on Ellis Island. Wait, shit. No, I don't think so. Ellis Island is the processing island, isn't it? It's on a separate island, I'm pretty certain. I can't say for certain if it's on Liberty Island. Thank you, Hyperspeedsy, for the follow. And also, if you need to take off to take care of anything, feel free. Get a drink, get a snack, take a sleep, have a good sleep. And thank you, Sogstar, for the follow as well. It's on Liberty Island. That makes sense. Now the bigger question is, Liberty Island is part of the USA. What state is it a part of? What state? We are normally discussing Dungeon World. We've been going through basically economy stuff, reading through equipment. We read about house values, read about the values of various types of hordes, how much a peasant can earn in a week compared to how much a house is worth, compared to how much a dragon horde is worth. It's been really interesting picking apart the Dungeon World's economy, basically. I don't know if it was meant to be thought of this deeply. It's a trick question. New York. You know how I know you're from New York? What do you mean my knowledge of this world is wrong? I think that would be fun. It's in New York City, technically. I don't really... What borough is it a part of then? What borough? Is it part of Staten Island? Territorial jurisdiction of the state of New York. So New York says. So New York says. There's been some historically, contention. Knowledge of the world being wrong. I feel like that is something that has come up in a few games, and I think that getting that moment can be really fun in a game when things kind of get turned around. I'm not saying it's part of that. I'm just saying there's some contention about it being New York. The waters of New Jersey. Gross. Who'd want to be in the waters of New Jersey? Disgusting. So, we read about the arrows. Right, this came up because of the moonlight thing. It is... Oh, actually, I should have probably done an introduction. Welcome, Raiders. I'm the Evening Primrose. I'm a garden elf. I come out at night to play games. On Sundays, we read mostly about tabletop RPGs. I sometimes also read fiction stories. I've read some Poirot, I've read some old vampire short stories. I've read some more modern horror stories, or maybe horror adjacent, perhaps. I like reading mysteries. And on Wednesdays, right now, I play Paradise Killer, which is a mystery. It's a whodunit. It's really cool. But right now, we are reading Dungeon World. And also, Dungeon World is free. legit free online. The tabletop RPG system. You can find all the information you need on the official Dungeon World SRD website to start playing. All you need is, I guess, internet connection, which you already have, and people to play with. And some form of digital dice, but those can be gotten for free. And some sort of chat thing to talk to your people online, but that can also be gotten for free. Or you can do it old-fashioned in pen and paper. Yeah, getting people to play tabletop RPGs with is super easy, isn't it? Can you buy some friends? You can sure try. You can sure try. Speaking of which, though, I do actually have another game that might be starting up soon, so that might change my schedule too, depending on when people are free. Yeah, looks like I might have a game starting up on Saturdays. And it's kind of a case of, oh, do we play? We could continue an old D&D campaign, like a second arc of a smaller thing, or one was the other thing that I was seeing was like Scum and Villainy. You might run a Scum and Villainy thing. It's not a series, or it's not a game that I've run or played in or read anything about, just enough to see that it's Star Wars with the numbers filed off, right? Sort of. Like, that's the feeling. Which is why it's Scum and Villainy. Yeah, Blades in the Dark Sci-Fi. So we've had someone else in that group run Blades in the Dark for us, so I can see why he's interested. Someone else is interested in running it. Like, we already roughly kind of know how it runs, so putting it in a different setting. Thank you for the stretch. Okay. That's something to look forward to, but I guess we'll see. We'll see what we'll be playing. What? What? You don't need, well, I want to say there's always tofu. Not tofu, tofu. Tuna. Tuna. Broccoli and tuna. Chicken and tuna. It's your problem. That's your problem. You're thinking about the taste and the smell when you should really be thinking about your macros. Yeah, gotta think about the gains, bro. The cheap protein. But again, I love tuna. I wish I could have it more. Let's see. Okay. I've made, just thinking about something I made once. Pan-fried tuna cakes. There's no reason why I'm not a cook. But hey, it was a really good source of protein. Yeah, I probably still have the recipe somewhere around. Yeah. It was very, if it fits your macros. It was very, if it fits your macros. And look, when you're a girl, you don't have as much leeway in terms of like caloric stuff going on. Like, it really sucks. It really sucks. Eh? Okay, fine. Okay, fine. I might have the recipe, but I'm not certain. But again, it's kind of a... Fuck. How much direction does there need to be for it? For something to count as a recipe? There have been worse choices. Where? Oh, I have to fix this real quick. I found my pile of recipes. All 21 of them. Okay, so there was that. Pancakes, chicken thing with spinach. There was peanut butter whey monstrosity. There's... Okay, not that, not that, not that, not that. Not those pancakes. Man, did I just make up something very sad by myself and eat it? Maybe. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. I said it. Okay, look. Look. It's really creative. Yeah. Easier to not say the word when reading out loud, as opposed to free thinking brain. Not that fast. Okay. Don't have that recipe. Must not be saved, unfortunately. I think it is lost to the fail. Yeah. Caught myself there. Okay. Annals of Time. That recipe is gone too. For the best. For the best. For the best. This is why I follow good recipes. Not from internet people. Also, my sense of taste buds kind of not broken, easy to please. Lazy cooking. Okay with me. Internet people. Wrong kind of internet people. Not from cooking sites. Okay. Axe of the Conqueror King. Close, one way. Is crafted of shining steel, glowing with the golden light imbued with mythical powers of authority. When you bear the axe, you become a beacon of inspiration to all you lead. Any hirelings in your employ have +1 loyalty, no matter the quality of your leadership. It's employ. That's also a fit. Correcting myself. Kimchi fried rice is good. Just there, you have the choice. You can enter in the commands. I'm really proud of myself for having done that little thing. Being able to make it so it can happen. One day, I got the update. I got artist update. And I'm happy so far. It's just kind of, it's coming to fruition. It's coming to fruition. I can say it. I am not bound by your laws, chat. I'm no longer bound. Yeah. So it's kind of a, maybe by the end of the month, I'll be able to show you the character sheet. Oh, it's kind of a case then of, like, do I wait until I actually have it on the model before I, like, share? Like, have it be a complete surprise? It's kind of a, complete surprises are fun too, but I really want to show it off. The word only appeared if I had read the page. If I read in the reading stream, who would read during the reading stream? Illogical. Illogical. Okay, looks like I have to stay over here. Also, 5 times 6 is 30, right? So 30 minutes. I wasn't planning on staying up that late, but we will, actually. And with that, also, I'm going to actually do one more thing really quickly. Hopefully I never fix that. Fuck. Head pat under the headband. How lewd. How lewd. Wasn't meant to be that way. 4 hours, 20 minutes. Okay. We'll stay up till then. Thank you for the water. Wouldn't that be a weird toggle to have on your outfit? Like, how to put that? A wet cloth toggle. There has to be a VTuber who has that, right? Like, there's gotta be an aquatic themed VTuber who has, like, a wet, I hate to say like wet t-shirt design, but like a wet cloth design. Toggle. Variety. For my green girl. I don't partake nearly as often as you would imagine for someone who is plant themed and green and has a garden of their own. Although I grow a lot of shiso. I grow some catnip. I'm a supplier for my cats, okay? I'm a supplier for my cats. Okay. Barb of the Black Gate. 0 weight. A nail or spike, twisted and forever cold, said to have been pried from the gates of death. When hammered into a corpse, it disappears and ensures that corpse will never be risen again. No magic short of that of death himself can reignite the flame of life, natural or otherwise, in the body. Thank you, Where2R2, for the follow. That's a cute face. Hope you're doing well. with my cats. Only 2 of them like it. Only 2 of my cats like it. Thank you. Recommended channel. I'm glad to see I'm popping up in some recommended channels. The herb gives you massive headaches to be around. It's a mint. I could understand that. And it has a very, even for a mint, it has a weird kind of smell. I feel that way about lavender. No, is it lavender? Jasmine? One of those two. Oh, weed. Yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Okay. Because I'm not going to be changing my angle, I'm going to be changing the microphone around it. This is going to get funky. This is going to get funky. Aren't we all? Look, I was talking about catnip. Catnip. I don't grow any other illicit drugs. Thinking about, like, once I thought I had a chance at buying sativa, but I think it was sativa? No, salvia. Salvia divinorum, I think it is. But no go. Not able. And even then, it's kind of a case of, do I actually want to do that? And I think the answer is no. No. That's a bit wild. What do I grow? As I said, I have shiso, oba, like red and white. I say white, it's green, really. And I have tomatoes and peppers, but they're not very big yet. And chives. That's the majority of my garden this year. And most of it, like a good solid 80 to 90% is oba or shiso. It just took over. It took over heavily. They're almost implying that I do grow something illegal. Absolutely not. I would never grow something that was not legal in the United States of America. Haha. To be honest though, really, no. I don't. I have grown scorpion peppers and turned out scorpion peppers. Last year I had butcholokia. You see the CIA. Can I be specific? I've never grown weed, I've never grown salvia, I've never grown... I feel like I should put the tag on for content right now. Like, I've actually never grown any of those. I've never... Now that I think about it, I don't even know if I've seen an actual weed plant. I don't think I have. Like, for real. In real life. Speak right. What do you think I'm doing right now? I'm speaking right into the microphone. Speaking right into the ear. And there's also, I guess it's kind of that you grow mushrooms, right? But I've never grown any kind of mushroom, though it is tempting to try. At the same time, it's a case of, a lot of them are like shiitake kits, and I want to grow something a bit more interesting than shiitake, you know? I think. There's, I think it was lion's mane or something. That was really tasty. That would be fun to try and grow. but it's just tasty. It's nothing illicit. It's tasty and expensive as shit. Although, I mean, it's not as expensive as, like, truffles. Proper truffles. Black truffles. It was just more everyday expensive. I've never had mushrooms. The most... I haven't done a lot of drugs. I've done... Edibles are illegal, and I've smoked half a joint once. I don't like smoking. I don't like smoking. I don't know if I'm gonna do that again. And that was very recent. 334 years since I'm alive, and that's when I smoked my first joint. Yeah. No mushrooms, no LSD, no acid. Is acid the same as acid? Is different than LSD, right? I don't. Oh, I guess like ecstasy and stuff. I've never done that either. Very plain Jane, I guess, in that regard. Very plain Jane. I was gonna say no tattoos either, except you can't see it from this angle. I do have like a tiny tattoo, but it was accidental. It was accidental. I talked about calligraphy earlier. I was cleaning a calligraphy pen and accidentally stabbed myself with it, and with India ink, and I didn't wash all the ink out, so I have a tiny line. Yeah, you can't see a tattoo. I mean, you can see it if I had my hands a certain way, you could see it, but I don't. But yeah, it just looks like a small black line. Very, it's actually probably the, like, width of the nib, to be honest, like, looking at it, and it is over a decade old now. So it's kind of a case of, like, I know that, people need, yeah, it is very small. Literally, I just stabbed myself by accident while cleaning. It hurt a lot. I was in a rush to clean. I think I actually still have the nib too, mostly because I can't get a good replacement anytime soon. And I say anytime soon, like, almost ever. People talk about tattoos and how if you have a hand tattoo, you often have to get them touched up eventually because they start blurring, and I can kind of see why, because it's a little blurry. But it's kind of maybe one day it will disappear. Maybe one day. But it's not there yet. Not there yet. Yeah, it's on my thumb. It's on my thumb on the first joint. Like, not on the joint, but on the inner section of my thumb on the top joint. Like, on the side of the thumb, not on the nail, like, top, or the, like, fleshy, fingerprinty bottom, like, properly on the side. So, it really does have to be a specific angle to see it. You tried stick and poke when you were a kid? You were one of those people who tried to give yourselves a tattoo? I have some friends who tried to give themselves piercings, like eyebrow piercings, back in the day. Ugh. It seemed like a bad idea then. I think it was a bad idea. Especially since they tried to use a safety pin. Yeah. Hello, Alexandra, for the follow. Thank you. I've heard of people having tattoos that were covered up by rings. That would have to be a very small one, right? Or a very large ring. So, For the stick and poke, did you give up because it was painful? Because I could imagine that it was probably painful. Yeah. Cover with a... Yeah, you could cover with a cameo. Super easy then. Oh, I have to rotate this the other way. Otherwise... Otherwise, the cord's gonna get caught up. I don't really like big jewelry though. And again, it's just it's a funny tiny tattoo. It's nothing that anyone is going to get worked up over. It's just a story of caution. Be careful handling sharp objects covered in ink. Which could really just be shortened to be careful when handling sharp objects. Yeah, and again, it's a line. A very, very small line. Like, thinking about, so I don't know if this is necessarily true anymore. I used to basically measure inches in terms of the size of my, like the first joint of my thumb, like as a rough estimate. So it's kind of a, in that case, if my thumb is an inch, this is probably like a 32nd of an inch long. Maybe a 16th, somewhere in that gap. And that's nothing, that's nothing. Although now that I think about it, I still have the nibs, and it's kind of a case of what size are nibs sold in? Millimeters? I should be thinking in that way instead. I still have the nibs because they're left-handed nibs. When I got them, they had been custom filed basically for left-handed students. Not that I suppose it really mattered that much to me, considering I ended up writing upside down and backwards. Okay. I am the bad kind of ambidextrous. The kind where I do some things with my left and some things with my right. So I write with my left hand. Almost everything else I do is with my right hand. Which makes it really neat for some things, like I can take notes with my left hand on pen and paper and use the mouse on the right. But otherwise, kind of terrible because I'm looking at everything else and wondering, what hand do I use? I bowl, for instance, right-handed. I guess it's mostly a case of, this is probably true for regular people too, who aren't ambidextrous or like right-handed people. If I need strength, it's my right hand. If I need dexterity, it's my left hand. That sort of thing. Except for the whole thing with the mouse now, which is kind of a... that breaks it. The mouse breaks it. Thinking about, like, when I hold a knife, I hold it with my left hand. Do people, when they're usually cutting things, use their left hand or their right hand? I'm not certain. I never really think about that much. Trying to learn to use a mouse left-handed after growing up right-handed? Yeah, I think it feels too weird to do with my right hand personally, to use a cutting knife. As in, I'm thinking like if you have to cut vegetables or meat, like for cooking. Although, thinking about cutlery too. The cutlery thing, though, is kind of a regional difference, isn't it? Hello, Demon King. I hope you're doing well. I remember learning one way of holding cutlery when I was growing up, and in America, it's actually the opposite. But it might also be a bit of a thing of thinking when you're sitting around a table with a bunch of other people for dinner or a meal, and I guess I always hold a knife in my left regardless. I'm wondering if that... Because there's always the issue of keeping the left-handed people together or making sure they're on an edge where they won't bother anyone. That sort of thing. You know? So you're not constantly bumping elbows with someone else. Okay, let's see. Having to deal with that. I don't always remember that. But it's always a really nice excuse as a reason why you should get like an end side, you know? I'm left-handed. Let me sit here so I don't bother you. And that's why I deserve an end seat and not an inner seat. Oh, so you swap hands. Don't you just run into the problem then with the next person in line, though? Although, I suppose it depends. If I'm sitting next to someone who's right-handed, the easiest solution, I guess, would be to switch seats. Maybe, and then he's just bothering someone else. But otherwise, unless you're able to do some other things. I remember when Twilight Princess came out, now that I think about it, and like being really happy that Link was left-handed. But that was all because of the Wii trickery, right? That was all because of the Wii. And the particulars of, I guess, motion control at the time. Or, no, was it actually the opposite? I think that they had a switch for left-handedness in the Wii because it was the case of, like, if you're swinging your sword. Yeah. Okay, that was it. That was it. Okay. But there was no switch in the Wii version for being able to swap to be left-handed. Yeah, I just remember it being a big issue. And it's kind of I never played Twilight Princess, unfortunately. I didn't get a Wii until really late into the game. I still have my red Wii. That was my only Wii. Do they do a remaster of Twilight Princess? Did they? Or are they releasing one? Has it been announced? There's an NVIDIA oh, that's China. Never mind. The Wii that doesn't have backwards compatibility. There's a HD version for the Wii U. No Switch release. Okay. I mean, I want to say, I could just play the... I could get a tiny copy, friends. A copy for the Wii. I just have to get the cables for the Wii, for the capture card, if I want to play it on stream. But first, I should probably finish something else. And that's probably a long time off. Hello, Rodrigo. Hope you're having a good night. Or it's hey, as the time may be for you. For me, it's night. But yeah, I guess before that, actually, Give me 1 second. You might hear something kind of funny. I'm grabbing out my Switch real quick. Click, click, click. Switch, switch, switch. We're gonna start the software. Oh, they actually made him right-handed. Oh, I'm a little sad. Twilight Princess right after Paradise Killer. Okay, I have a question for you then. What kind of season does Twilight Princess fall into? If you had to categorize Twilight Princess as a fall game, a winter game, a spring game, a summer game, Twilight Princess, what season would it belong to? Late summer? Otherwise fall? Huh. Okay. Thank you. Is that Boba Fetish 91? Thank you, Boba Fetish 91, for the follow. Okay. The bug gathering. Oh my god, is it like Animal Crossing? I'm okay. So like an August kind of game, maybe. Maybe I will put it in the rotation. Maybe I will. I'll have to think about it. I know some people have like, why do I play the games I play on stream? And some of it is, I'm feeling in the mood for X or Y. And it's kind of a case of, I like to think about the seasonality of the game too. It doesn't always work out that way. But thinking, I was thinking Folklore for summer, but as other people pointed out, maybe more that's a fall game. Paradise Killer is very much summer vibes, right? So it's kind of a... I don't think I'm gonna blaze through Paradise Killer. I've got at least 2 more streams, because I'm imagining there's a lot of talking coming up. And then there's the actual trial. So that's at least 2 streams, if not more. So, kind of a, what could I play after that? What can I play after that? I already have a few other things in mind for Half-Life, but they're like I talked about Dreadweight. Again, that could be late summer, but it's just a one-shot because it's a demo. Or I could wait until October for the scares. It takes me multiple years to get back, personally, when I drop a game. By that point, it's kind of I might as well restart. I don't remember anything. I had too much done. And I don't remember how to do anything. You can't expect me to fight against this ultra monster when I don't remember what the commands are. Just thinking, alright, there's a Final Fantasy 14 event too. I don't have time for all these games. What is Fez? Riding a bike. You never truly forget. Ew. For a lot of games that's not true, but for FF14 right now it's true. I haven't forgotten how to do it necessarily. Not until they completely switch things up. If you're not horny in chat, it's fine. A platformer puzzle game. Old indie game. When you say old, are you saying it's like 3 years old? 5 years old? 10 years old? That's not a problem. It's just kind of a case of, oh, it's so old. It's like 10 years old? Okay. Huh. I could take a look. Looking at the designer image on Wikipedia. Modern zeitgeist of indie games. Oh, the reason why is it was originally an Xbox game. That is why I didn't really hear about it. And then later on other things. Oh, and it's on Switch. It's on Switch. That's possible. Let's see. It looks cute. It looks cute. I'll have to take a look. It might also be a case of there might be other considerations too. Is the word backlogging used for people who play things that are like in their library already? I have a lot of unexpected costs coming up, so I'm trying not to buy new games and more like shopping. Yeah, clearing your backlog. Shopping amongst what I have, or so. It's generally fine. It's just the cat chemo and radiation is a lot. Like I can still do it. I can still do it. It's just trying to save up on some other things. Trying to save up on some other things where I can. Yeah, was not. What's the word? Is it called tithing? When you spend like 10%, when you give 10% of your money to like your church or something? I'm basically tithing my vet in my vet hospital, essentially, if not more so. I was not expecting to do that this year. Let's see. But you know one thing that's free with your imagination? Tabletop RPGs. Tabletop RPGs. Oh, look! The maid outfit thing that you said it was done at 4:20, it's been 4:22 now. So that means I can, yeah, no more punishment. I can move normally. Excellent. Excellent. Old roguelites. Roguelikes. Thank you, Monsieur Wood, for the follow. I hope you're doing well. Friends to play with have a cost that isn't monetary? I suppose that's true, but I have time for that. And also, okay, so what I'm basically doing in those sorts of terms with my friends, the investment was already made, like, a decade ago. I am simply reaping the benefits at this stage. It's a... It's that kind of thing. It's a very chill thing. The best time to plant a friendship was 10 years ago. The second best time is now. The second best time is now. Speaking of which... I think I'm going to finish this page, and then... Actually, did I start this page? Okay, we did start this page. I know that seemed like a non sequitur, but it's gonna continue to something else. Yeah, read the X. I'm gonna finish this page, and then call it a night. I am reading from Dungeon World RPG, which is a free RPG system. Completely free. All you need is friends to play with. Which may have an outside additional cost, to be perfectly honest. The other thing I was going to lead into is that my schedule for next week, actually, I was going to set it up to have 100% OJ with chat, 100% Orange Juice with chat on Friday for board games. It's going to be the start of a upside down week for me, so I wanted something. I've never played 100% Orange Juice before. I have barely watched anyone play it, so it's going to be a learning curve for me to learn what it is, like how it works, before stream. But it's also, like, I've heard it's a simple-ish game, so I'm banking on that. Because next week is going to be the start of my cat's radiation, and scheduling for that is going to be a little wild. So, trying to make it something light. Trying to make it something light for the end of the week. That's also when he has chemo on Fridays, so light board game. And also, it's supposed to be short-ish games, right? Like, remember talking with viewers before, like, it could be a 10 or 15 minute game, it could be longer depending on how on the ball people are. I have a feeling I'm going to be the least on top of my turn, so it might be long, but it will be open to everyone in chat. If I can figure that out. Like, it should be. It should be. Or, in the worst case, might be open to people on Discord. Like, depending on how things go, I guess. Also, thank you, Tonge R9 for the follow, and thank you, Aaron the Baron, for the follow. And hello, Tori. Thank you for the follow as well. Also, like, the game is, because there's a Steam sale, it's what, like $1.50? It's really, really cheap. I think they even sell like 4 packs of it, so you could give them away to friends to play with you. I think it's normally only like $2.50 or something as well. It's probably cheaper than an actual box of 100% orange juice. I'm going to guess. Let me check. The current price of 100% orange juice. Yeah, it's $1.74 now. Dokapon Kingdom. Sorry, I'm hearing backgrounds. Dokapon Kingdom? I have a feeling I've heard that name before, but I do not remember it. Dokapon Kingdom. Okay, I don't know it. It was on the Wii, huh? It looks really cute. Board game RPG. You have sold me on it. Oh, it was also on ZS, different versions of it. Like, well, that was Dokapon Journey. Okay. Damn. So very Mario Party, huh? Very Mario Party. I haven't played Mario Party too much, but I played a little bit. Oh. Yeah, the Switch. Entire story mode with a party of 4 friends. Yeah, with a party of 4 friends. Huh. Yeah, that'll be easy. 4 friends, okay. I say this if I'm not, like, gonna be part of it, on DNT, not DNT, but on RPG group, but getting people together for video games, I feel like, is rougher than getting the group together for RPGs. Like, we were formed to play board games and RPGs together. Playing video games is way more hit or miss. It's easier to say, like, okay, every Saturday for the next month or so, we're going to be playing this RPG, versus, like, grabbing people to get together to play Dokapon Kingdom or something like that. It feels kind of weird to schedule video game time in, right? Except for raids. in Final Fantasy 14 and other MMOs. But that's a little different because that's like serious business, right? That's serious business. Raiding. Extreme raid progression. People know what they're signing up for then. Yeah. 70 hours. Look, I still have the one friend who has had Kingdom Death Monster for like years and hasn't popped it out because he wants to paint it first. And I was even talking to him about it. A case of, oh, I still want to paint it, but we should paint it before fall ends. But I'm going to Japan for like 3 weeks. So like making time for it. Making time for it. And just having to actually putting it together. Actually putting a schedule together. That's difficult. That's difficult sometimes for some things. We've got our shit together for the tabletop games. I still haven't played a tabletop sim either. Okay. Let's see. We have... we read The Barb of the Black Gate. I remember reading that one. So all we have is the Bag of Holding, actually. Because this one had the hammered into a corpse. The corpse will never rise again. This is really cool. So this is a way to make sure your NPCs, your enemies, stay dead. And also a way to make sure the PCs stay dead if someone were really evil about it. And by someone I mean a game master. A really evil game master, making sure your NPC or your PC's loved ones will never rise again. They stick a nail in them. That was a very... I wonder if that's still a trope used. The price. There is no price because magic. Kind of like in 5e. Magic items don't have a price. I don't think. I remember that being a point of contention, trying to figure out what the fuck things were worth. Older 3.5 had values to it, though. I was thinking, it was a trope, I suppose. It was a uncommon thematic element in some anime and manga back decades ago, to nail people to crosses. Yeah, so just thinking, I'm thinking of X when I'm thinking of that. I mean, there's also Eva too, but kind of what if the nails were made of that? That would be weird. Or rather, what if there was at least one nail? Because the nail disappears, so like a couple, regular nails, but then final nail being that type. A grand castle has a set price. Look, you can put a price on child labor, but you can't put a price on a wizard did it. Yeah. Looking at these. Your imagination. Your imagination. Yeah, just make it cool. It doesn't matter how it works. Just make it cool. Like at least 20% awesomer. Right? That's how it goes. Oh, but the Bag of Holding. The most important thing for any traveling group. Bag of Holding. 0 weight. The Bag of Holding is larger on the inside than the outside. It can contain an infinite number of items, and its weight never increases. When you try to retrieve an item from a Bag of Holding, roll plus wisdom. On a 10+, it's right there. On a 7 through 9, choose one. You get the exact item, but it takes a while. You get a similar item of the GM's choice, but it only takes a moment. No matter how many items it contains, a bag of holding is always 0 weight. So, looking at this and thinking about how other bags of holding function, is this better or worse? Because it is infinite. The other ones actually have size limits and weight, well, yeah, size and weight limits, but most people just completely ignore that. D&D, it is not D&D. In fact, it is another fantasy TTRPG that is completely free called Dungeon World. It is legally free. The SRD anyway. You can buy additional classes for generally fairly cheap, but everything you need to play and run the game is in the SRD. Playing anything, yeah, who would ever play something other than D&D? I haven't played D&D in probably over a year by now, I think. Something like that, maybe even longer. Because the last couple of games I've played have not been. No, but I shouldn't say it's a simpler system. It is a 410-page book that I've been reading through, which I think almost everything I've been reading in this book I've cataloged on my YouTube VOD channel, which has a reading list, which is mostly populated with this, but has some other stuff in there too. Interspersed with talks of other things in terms of, I'm nominally reading equipment right now, but we've been not covering a whole lot of pages in the reading. I wonder why. Books, D&D, never. I actually have access to D&D Beyond for a lot of books, but it's been cancelled since, the kerfluffle. It actually renewed like right before the OGL license stuff dropped. So, D&D is still probably the system that I'm most familiar with, but that's because it's the one that I've run the longest and the one that I think I've played in the longest. But I am familiar with other game systems too. For instance, talked about might be involved in a off-stream game of Scum and Villainy. Last week we talked about Aegon, which is a Greek hero themed RPG, like ancient Greek hero RPG. I've played Vampire the Masquerade back before the end times happened. That was 2005 when the end times happened. Hello, Tlaquache. Good morning. Although for me I guess it does still count as morning. It's just very early morning. And what else have I played? I feel I've actually played Dungeon World. Stars Without Number, Worlds Without Number. It's been ages since a bunch of these games, though. I just finished we played a game of Blades in the Dark. That's the most recent one. And I've played Scion 1st edition and 2nd edition. Most don't. I try. I'm not generally super great at pronunciation. Initially when I thought of it is Mayan? Is that how it's pronounced? Or rather some of the gods like Quetzalcoatl and stuff like that. There's another one that has a name similar to your name. I remember in Scion it was a kind of like a crocodilian man, but I don't fully remember what the name was. And I don't have the book in the room with me. The book is downstairs. Frick. There's so many Powered by the Apocalypse things. There's so many. Okay. I'm thinking it's kind of I have played. I don't think I've actually played plain old Powered by the Apocalypse, but I have played Magical Fury, which is a Powered by the Apocalypse based system. Okay. I'm probably actually thinking of okay. I don't actually know which god I was thinking of, because looking at it, and it's kind of it's not this one, it's not that one, it's not that one. Yeah. I don't know which one it was. Apocalypse World is the base. Yeah, Apocalypse World is the base for Powered by Apocalypse. That's why it is so named. Sorry, I was lost in the White Wolf wiki looking at Cyan Gods. It's been a long time. It's been a long time since I've looked at the money book. Not that I was in the book itself, just I need the pictures for guidance. Damn it. Give me my pictures. Give me my picture book. That is the one slightly frustrating thing about the free SRD for Dungeon World. There aren't a whole lot of pictures, I think, in the actual book, but the pictures themselves are not SRD, so they're removed from the free version here. So let's see. Blank. Yeah, there's a chapter 18 page. I'm actually going to zoom out a bit so you can see, but yeah, like there would be an image here, but there is none. So we finished. We didn't finish all the items. No, we are... Oh, there's a lot more magic items. So like all the really cool... They gave us like nothing in terms of regular items because they saved everything for the magic items. Hold on. So 333 is the start of the regular magic items. Nope. Okay. Second page. We are 2 pages in to magic items. Page 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 pages. Okay, and after that is more advanced information, I believe. Let's see. Yeah, advanced delving. So, we have 8 pages of equipment left. And it's all magic items. Magic items are fun. Magic items are fun. Oh, the next one is the Burning Wheel. I've never actually... Burning Wheel is the name of another system. I've never played Burning Wheel. But just like, they're poking fun. There, aren't they? That's a reference to the game system, isn't it? That's 100% a reference. Why else would it be called Burning Wheel? Good rewards? I think they're excellent rewards. Minor utility magical items are really fucking fun when you can find weird uses for them. I'm thinking about, like, the utility of, like, what? The pole that never moves. I don't remember the official fancy name for it. And yeah. A pipe that never runs out of tobacco, a mug that will turn any beer poured into it an alcoholic. Uh, mm, Thinking about some other things. Non-alcoholic. Look, it was really good cover for the drunk monk. It was really good cover for the drunk monk. I mean, yes, she was an elf, but it was meant to never to be more of a, drunken master kind of trick, except not actually being drunk. There's a ton of like random useful items. What is something else? I mean, just thinking about like, okay, so if you break apart any part of the endless water jug, right? Or the thing that kind of, I'm trying to remember. There's the jug that produces liquids, right? And you can make it like make a gallon of mayo a day. Bro, that's super useful too. Being able to magically produce a gallon of mayo a day. Thinking, what if you had something that looked like a, is it called Fabergé? Fabergé egg? What if you had one of those and every morning it produced an actual egg? Like you could pop it open and there would be an egg inside. That could be cool too. I mean, I want to say, like, is it minor utility having a free egg every day? Just a single egg. You know, for those trying times. Yeah. It's like a super minor thing. But still, every day, a single egg for free. Without having to carry a chicken around. I mean, if you want, you could buff it and, like, how many eggs do you want it to produce? At least 3 eggs? The thing is, more so a case of, okay, 3 times a day it can produce an egg. Then, or like 5 times a day? No. Half dozen eggs? Half dozen eggs. You can make a half a dozen eggs a day. But you have to pop it open every time. And every time, when you take an egg out and close it back up, it makes a little ding noise like an egg timer. You can haste someone to death. Okay, stretch. Elves will care after a certain point. You can haste someone to death. It's a good thing the bird people didn't live that long. Or, like, weren't alive back then, maybe. When did the Aarakocra crab become a thing? A big egg? Oh my god, yeah. It's the size of an Easter egg. The like fancy golden egg outside, and you can pop it open to reveal an ostrich egg every day. What if you rolled for what type of egg? What if there was a chance of being like a dragon egg or something? It's a random ass egg. Maybe it belongs to a harpy, maybe it belongs to a chicken. Quail like a cat. Yeah. Yeah. Where is it getting the eggs? Who knows? Let us see. There's something else gonna look up. Aarakocra, when they became when they came to be, when were they first included in D&D? Are they really only from 5e? No. They're from, Fiend Folio First Edition. Okay. What else? What else? They were okay in there. Oh god. I installed a stupid font and now everything looks awful. I need to uninstall it when it's not in use. This was the stupidest decision I've ever made regarding fonts. Ugh, it's awful. Okay. So Fiend Folio first edition. Fiend Folio first edition. But they've had an option. Like they have a reference, I guess, stats in every edition since then. What, for the installation of a font? Look, it's fine. It's fine, it's totally legit font. Also, I hate everyone who does this specific line. I hate, let me double check. It's gonna sound normal until I explain why. There's no reason to write Helvetica Arial Sans Serif. There's no reason to write Helvetica Arial Sans Serif. Just write Sans Serif. You're saving yourself a lot of time. No one's gonna have Helvetica unless they have a Mac. Or they're a graphic designer. No one's gonna go out and buy Helvetica. Arial covers everyone else, aside from people who use Linux, and then it's fine. And Helvetica is a default sans serif. Arial is a default. Helvetica is a default sans serif for Macs. Arial, default sans serif. For Windows, sans serif covers everyone there. Just use that. Just use sans serif. That's my lesson. I wish I could say I've uninstalled Comic Sans, but I haven't. I use Fantasy sometimes to check, to make sure that like fonts are loading properly. Oh, buffering. As a Linux user, you use it for subtitles. You use Helvetica or Arial? But again, it doesn't really matter. Most people can't really tell the difference anyway. It did keep you. You kept someone off your computer. Okay, I want to say that would keep me off your computer too. Yeah. I mean, Comic Sans has its uses. Just people tend to use it outside of that way too often. Way too often. Like, if you're doing comics, yeah, sure, Comic Sans, why not? Or other, like, illustrations of that magnitude or something. Or you want to give off a particular feel. Great. But please don't use it as your website typeface unless you're, like, Neopets or something, I guess. And please then only for, like, title, headings. Please, don't make it your main copy. Please. I guess actually they could make it their main copy, yeah. It just hurts a little bit. Use it on your resume so now you're funny. Joke's on you, they're not going to look at your actual resume. They're just going to read the information. You input it into the system, doubly so. For PowerPoint presentations, graphic designer uses Comic Sans and a product design, Reddit Seed. Who told me those secrets? Actually, thinking about that is kind of a... Actually, no, I guess I have read resumes. I guess I have. I want to say... I actually haven't seen Comic Sans in a product design recently. I'm more likely to kind of wince and see that, like, Bleeding Cowboys or something, but I think that's way way out of date now. Like, I don't think anyone actually uses Bleeding Cowboys anymore. Yeah, Papyrus is another one that people, like, when you see it, it's kind of an, again, that. You don't think anyone knows what Bleeding? Yeah, but once you see it, it's a free font available on, like, DeFont and stuff. I don't know what the commercial license is because I've never used it for commercial purposes, so it doesn't matter to me. But boy, it is a very distinctive font for certain letters, and I swear I've seen it being used for, like, sneakers, like on the outside of a sneaker box. So, okay, here's the thing. I wonder. This is gonna be a little painful. It's gonna be a little bit painful to look at, but that's kind of on purpose. That's kind of on purpose. This. Let me zoom in. You can read it, right? This is Bleeding Cowboys. You can see why I feel the way I feel. Yeah, it's, if you can't read it, it says, we could almost say that Bleeding Cowboys is to Fonz what Nickelback is to rock and roll. Hold on. Did something disconnect properly? Okay, that's so strange. Why did it do that? Somehow my... I don't know why it did that. Typograph. A font for me. Look, this... Yeah, you could say that. You could say that. I'm probably very lucky that this font probably didn't not come out until after my first Vampire the Masquerade game. Built-in strike-through. There's a word for that. It's not strike-through, it's like extra serifs. God, I don't remember what the name is. It's like extra serify. You need serifs on your serifs. Man. Thinking, okay. Like this week, Friday is going to be 100% orange juice, but I guess afterwards I will speed up on Figma, because then I can talk way more than you ever want to hear about typefaces and leading and a whole bunch of other junk. And Figma in general. And also I should learn how to use some things. Papyrus. The final designs that use Comic Sans, Papyrus, and Impact. I like Impact. I actually use Impact. I have a fake Stream Deck over here. Oh, thank you for the water. I have a fake Stream Deck, and I actually use Impact for my little icons, for the little buttons. So it's really big and bold for me being able to see. Kerning. Like, it's kind of you gotta feel the kerning. You have to feel the typeface. And also it's just kind of round it up, make it a little tighter than whatever's by default. At least a little bit tighter, then you go in by hand. But yeah, sometimes I look at things, especially with scripts, and it's kind of an, I want to close up the P and the R. Why isn't there a ligature for the P and the R? Monospace has its uses too. Instant code, even if it's not actually code. Actually, thinking about... Where is it? Looking at the book here, I don't remember what typeface this is, but I remember it being not a normal typeface that they chose. I say that as if I can't look up what it is. Hello, Pentasquares. Hope you're doing well. Reading terminals feel easier. Yeah. There's a lot of other like random ass rules too, which in the age of web design now, the rules, I don't want to say the rules have changed, but it's just kind of, the rules are different a little bit, but at the same time some things never really change. The appropriate amount of characters or words for a line. But yeah, I didn't have any qualms about the typing. The type choices, there's a word for it, I forgot the word. Like, when you're basically designing a book but not typesetting a book. I have no qualms with the typesetting except for something that's probably be out of the typesetter's jurisdiction, and part of that is the okay, we're going to do something. We're gonna go to actually you can't see it from here. I'm gonna have to strip off a filter. Okay, so on the left side here we're on the page for bribes right now. We're gonna go up to equipment. Oh, that works. So it actually went up here to like equipment, but before it was actually sometimes jumping to like the bottom of the first page or like the top of the second page for it. It was really frustrating. Yeah, okay, so like Ravenous Hordes. It's kind of messed up for this. So that's why I often skip the first page. Because Monster Setting 5 is Ravenous Hordes. And yeah, it jumps to this. I'm thinking like, oh, this is the image. No, it's not the image. It's not the image at all. It sucked. But that is a relatively minor quibble all told, and also I can fix the bookmarks. I'm just lazy. Posture check. Okay. My posture, I've somewhat fixed. Bookmark betrayal. Yeah. I like nicely formatted PDFs. I've gone in and fixed PDFs myself. It's so important to have nice bookmarks. Yeah, it's 5. Thank you for the reminder. I was gonna finish, and then I started talking about fonts. Oops. Fonts. Thank you, Pentasquares, for the follow. Thank you. I was gonna look for someone to raid. How to distract a primrose. Fonts. In tabletop RPGs. Book formatting. Book binding. Okay, maybe not quite so much on the book binding. Who is streaming? If I look up this. Who is here? Who is here? What is... Do you... How many pages? Let's see. We made it from services. Services is 1. Actually, I can do one full page. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 pages. We made it through 4 pages. It felt like more than 4 pages, to be perfectly honest, because we were talking about the value of $1 or a gold coin and doing math. 4 pages. Yeah. And what's a cameo? And other words for things. And yeah, 4 pages. Best fonts to use in Figma? It depends on your project. It really doesn't matter. That's not the right way to put it, but just... Like, you're saying that, like, as if Figma itself has any bearing, and Figma is just another program. It's not any different from asking what font is the best to use in Photoshop or Paint. It doesn't matter what the program is. It matters what the purpose of the project is. We'll probably take a break. I was actually thinking of taking a break after the equipment section. To read a short story of some sort. I like breaking it up every now and then, so it's not all Dungeon World all the time. Like, once upon a time I was reading Pathfinder, but I haven't finished that. But I want to intersperse this with other stuff. Let's see. So, there's someone who's doing, like, whispers, and there's a couple people doing whispers and soft talking. Is that okay? Do you want singing and talking? There's a couple options for this. Let's see. Dealer's choice. Okay. I'm going to give a quick listen to this to see. Shwoom. Shwoom. What can I hear? Okay, not that one, I think. How about this one? Oh, she might be ending soon, maybe. I wonder how long. She'll go for. Sorry, waiting for ads. It's always a little rough. On that note, I guess, for ASMR streams, I feel like most people do the ads up front, right? For other things, though, I've seen more and more, maybe not more and more people, but just the mix of, like, ads up front. Okay. I think we're actually gonna swap to this person. She sounds really cute. She's singing softly on stream. Soft singing and talking. So I'm gonna rate her. She sings English, Japanese, and Korean songs. I don't know what she's currently singing. Okay. But before that, actually, really quick, my schedule. Okay, I'm gonna turn that off. So, upcoming this week in Discord, if I do this on Monday, so tomorrow night, I'm gonna be watching Slayer's OVAs. The first set, I think. It's an hour and a half because it's 3 30-minute episodes. So even if you are not able to make it at 9, if you make it at 9:30 or 10, there's still, you can still join in. You're not missing any plot. It's okay to show up late. It's okay to show up late. Each one is a standalone episode. Wednesday is Paradise Killer, and that is a really funky vaporwave city pop investigative game. It's like Ace Attorney, but you're walking around in a sunset, psychedelic drenched utopia run by a cult trying to resurrect their old gods. It's real cool. No, you do not have to have watched Slayers. In fact, we just watched the first movie last week, and so all you have to know about Slayers is that it is a fantasy comedy series. So if you're familiar with tabletop RPGs, you'll definitely get Slayers. It's basically watching a small PC party get into shenanigans. Let me grab up an image of Slayers. It's got a girl. Bro, that's too generic. You can't just say it's got a girl. You have to say it's got Lena Inverse. Ever gonna look into Sword? I have looked into it roughly because I have seen Record of Lodoss War, and so I've looked at the character sheets in Sword World of the characters. It was kind of a wow. Like this person's stats kind of suck a little bit, except their luck stat, I think, which is kind of like there's a luck stat, and otherwise, oh, she's reading. Okay, I can't read that person then. I'm looking up an OVA picture. And I think it was like Ashram or someone I looked into, and it was kind of a case of, he's got really good stats, it seems. Okay, what's a good image that isn't grainy to shit for Slayers? You know what? This is not even a joke. I made like a dozen GIFs after last week. I can just toss one on here. Give me a second. Okay, I'm gonna grab up I'm gonna grab a GIF. Where's my GIF? What do we want? Okay. Here's an example. This is Lena, the main girl. Can you imagine what sort of scenario that is? Then there is Naga. Here's Naga. She's the other PC, so to speak, in the party. So this is Slayers. Again, fantasy comedy. I made GIFs. Shh, it's okay to pronounce it that way. Yeah. I like Naga. I don't know why it's doing this strange pause in between. The GIF doesn't have that normally. I don't know if I have a regular picture of Lena. Here's another thing. So these are the kinds of things that you can expect in Slayers, like the animation and the subtitles. But we're probably gonna watch the dub because I like the dub. I don't think the dub is that bad for Slayers. It is actually from 1996 or 5. Shit. It's from 95 or 96. Yeah. Yeah, this is actually like this is what they wrote for the English dialogue, and it's extremely similar to the Japanese dialogue. So it is a self-poking fantasy series, comedic fantasy series, following two girls, two sorceresses. It's a fun series. It's a good comedy. It's classic. And it's over 20 years old, isn't it? It's over 20 years old. Friday is going to be 100% orange juice. My first time, maybe not my first time playing it, but I haven't played it yet, so I have to play it before Friday. Otherwise, Friday is going to be my first time, and that might be a little rough. And Sunday, we're going to be reading more Dungeon World. We're going to definitely finish the equipment list. We're absolutely going to finish the equipment list next week. I'm going to knock on the thing. I'm going to tap on the ears. This is the luck. This is the knock on wood. The wood is your head. Tap, tap. Yeah. We're going to finish it. Otherwise, let's see. Who do we go to? Let's see. This person is not up yet. This time of night is rather rough. I used to stream at 5 p.m. and it made it a little easier. Now it's a little rougher. We're gonna go with this person instead. Gonna get a splinter if I knock on my head. I'm okay with dealing with that. I want to say I may not be a wood elf, but I can handle some wood. It's just not the preferred thing. Okay, we're gonna raid Brimstone Angel. Oh yeah, Azure shot a good comparison for how the movie felt. 2 members of the group showed up today, but they wanted to run a session anyway. That's how Slayers, the OVAs and movies and stuff feel. I'm not a wet elf. I'm not a wood elf. Shh. Shh. Man, this Quince tea does not taste good warm, or like lukewarm. But otherwise, that is it for today. Thank you very much for joining me and helping discuss the finer points of the Dungeon World economy and what you need to keep your castle running, and that is 1 dragon's nest a year. Dragon horde a year. 1 dragon horde a year. Think about that. Think about the ramifications of that. Yeah. Just to keep it running. Not even the upfront cost. But thank you very much again for coming. And I hope you have a good time at Brimstone Angels and have a good night.